Yes, my lord, I'm told that accused number 4 hasn't arrived as yet at the cells.
Oh, he's not even here.
Yes, they're still en route to the court.
Okay, then he'll let me know.
All right.
Yes.
Yes, my lord. All the accused are now here.
Yeah.
When we adjourned on Friday, Mr. Ramsipil was busy with cross-examination, and the right of further cross-examination was reserved until today, my lord.
Okay, thanks. Yes. He's still under oath, as you know.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Ramsipili. Any questions further?
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, before I proceed, Advocate Munisi would like to address the court, my lord, as the court pleases.
Okay, fine. Yes, sir.
Is it please the court, my lord? In a measure, my lord, in the testimony of Katia Kininga, that apparently there's a statement that was penned by Mr. Stein to the effect that there was a communication that was able to determine or to unearth that took place between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumar. And apparently the information was to the effect that such statement was then discovered to the defense. I frantically went through the document that I had, my lord. I couldn't find it. Through the court, I'm going to request that the state respectfully refurnish us, or accused number 3, or furnish me on behalf of accused number 3, so that I'm able to take proper instructions with regard to that information, madam. That is all that I was going to request. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, my lord. Taking note,
Yes.
we'll address it offline with Advocate Munisi.
But was there such a statement?
Yes, well, my lord, that is also what we trying to establish. It's difficult as Brigadier Gininda is under cross-examination. I've been communicating with the other members of the team to try and establish that, and they are also still in the process of establishing that, and they'll revert to us as soon as they've laid their hands on that information, or at least just to give us feedback on that information.
Are you satisfied with the explanation of deferring the matter until the state has established your query satisfactory and responded to it?
Thank you, my lord. Sorry.
This is the court, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. Morning, Brigadier.
Good morning, Mr. Ramsipil.
Now, Brigadier, when we adjourned on Friday, one of the things that I requested was for us to go back and look at the witnesses according to their contemporaneous statements that were made on the 27th of October 2014, to have a regard as to which witnesses referred to the firearm that they observed as a revolver, a .38 special revolver, and which one simply referred to it as a firearm or as a gun. Did you have an opportunity to do that exercise?
Yes, I did, my lord, and I'll get to it. But just quickly, my lord, on the issue of the statement by Colonel Stein that relates to the communication with accused 3, what I recall I said there was a briefing given to me by Colonel Stein where he says there is a link between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and the accused 3. And I can confirm that that statement is there because I had an opportunity to check. So as to how we get it to Mr. Mnisi, I will liaise, like as Advocate Baloyi is saying, when that proper channel is there. So I will assist in that regard when we can speak openly about it. But I had to go and look myself, to check if indeed such.
When you say it is there, it is where?
It is in the docket.
In the docket?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
So and I'll assist with in making sure that Mr. Mnisi gets it.
All right.
Ngisala-ke kudaba lolu statement akhuluma ngaso-ke u-advocate Mnisi ukuthi bengishilo kubufakazi bami ukuthi-ke mangitshelwa uyena uColonel Stein ngathi-ke kwakhona ukuxhumana kwakhona phakathi komsolo wesithathu no-Ms. Kelly Khumalo nokuthi sikhona istatement-ke sikwi-docket-ke ngizokhulumisana-ke naye umshushisi-ke sibone ukuthi u-advocate Mnisi leso statement leso usithola kanjani ngoba ngibe nalo ithuba lokuthi ngiyobheka ngathola ukuthi sikhona leso statement leso kwi-docket.
Okay, fine.
Yes. So, yes, my lord. Now, coming back to the question by Mr. Ramsipile, my lord. Yes, the only statements that I recall, and I'm subject to guidance by Mr. Longwe, and I was specific in terms of the paragraph that where this is contained, where he refers to the revolver or 38. That is statement he made back in 2014, my lord. Mr. Madlala also. But I've also noted, my lord, in the interview that were conducted by Mrs. Warrant Officer Steenkamp, it is clear also there that when she was interacting with Ms. Kelly Khumalo, the issue of a revolver became apparent. In fact, if you look at her interview notes, they seem to suggest that everyone may be giving that impression. So that's basically how I can answer the question, my lady.
Mangaphendula-ke umbuzo ukuthi-ke ngile yini ngayobuka ngayobheka-ke i-statement ukuthi ibaphi ofakazi abakhuluma-ke nge-revolver abakhuluma nge-point 38. Uma-ke siqala kuyena-ke ulongo thwala sinakhona istatement esakhe-ke la akhuluma khona-ke nge-point 38 akhuluma nge-revolver statement leso sango-2014 kanye naye-ke uTumelo Madlala. Uma sibuka futhi-ke na uma-ke uCaptain Steenkamp wena interview kanye naye-ke uMs Kelly Khumalo naye-ke ekhuluma ngaso-ke noma-ke ngayo-ke i-revolver.
Now, perhaps for completeness sake, let's go at Seria team with respect to Longwe Thwala. The statement that he deposed on the 27th of October 2014 will be A9 according to your docket. And in that A9, he describes, like you correctly say, that the firearm that he observed was a .38 special or a 3.8 special, because there's also another dot in between. So
that is correct, my lord.
Yebo-ke lo statement-ke izoba iyona-ke i-A9 la ashoyo-ke khona-ke uLongwe akhuluma ngaye i-point 38 special.
And then Tumelo Madlala deposed to A10 on the very same date as Longwe on the 27th of October 2014. And then he described the firearm as well as a .38 special.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngazo i-27 lezo zika-October 2014 naye-ke uTumelo Madlala wenza statement naye-ke ekhuluma ngaye i-point 38 special.
And then he also, Tumelo Madlala, later on deposed to A110, in which he said the following, that I said to the person that was taking the statement from me that the firearm I observed had a wheel in the middle. I did not specifically say it's a .38 special. That's what's contained in A110.
Correct, my lord.
Uyiqiniso nokuthi waphinda kamuva-ke uTumelo Madlala wenza esinye-ke istatement la ashoyo khona ukuthi kumuntu owayebhala istatement ngathi kwakuyisibhamu esasinesondo maphakathi nendawo angaze ngisho ukuthi kwakuyi-.38 special.
However, despite that attempt of Tumelo Madlala to distance himself from A10 by saying that I did not say this is .38 special, A10 speaks for itself. That's what it describes in A10. The supplementary comes much later.
That is correct, my lord, but it is a fact that Tumelo Madlala is not licensed, because I profiled him, my lord, to possess, he doesn't have a license to possess firearms. So I do know that when this issue was taken up with him, when I was involved, the assertion from him was that he's not put up with firearms and he will not be able to distinguish whether it's a revolver or is this type of firearm. All I can say in that regard, my lord, is that he is not qualified in terms of the papers. He does not have a license to possess a firearm, so he lacks, with greatest respect, the experience, in my view, my lord.
Kodwa ke u-A10 ke ekuyisona istatement awasenza qala ke ukushilo lokho akusho lapho la alungisa khona ke noma lesi sesibili kwakusho lokho kamuva ke yebo ke kodwa ke engakusho ukuthi uma ngabe mina ke sengiyingxenye manje yophenyo sengikhuluma naye ngikhulumisa ngalolu daba ke washo ke kumina ukuthi yena ke ulwazi lwebhangu akanazo, futhi ke nami ngingasho ukuthi akasiyena ke uchwepheshe noma ungodi uma kuza ke kwibhangu, futhi akanawo ke amaphepha amvumela ukuthi ke abe nolwazi kwizona ibhangu.
Yes, ma'am.
But in A110, not to belabor this point, he should have gone further and say what you are saying to say, I am not an expert in firearms, I am not licensed, therefore, when I was saying .38 special or a revolver, I was meaning generically to a firearm. He did not say that.
Yes, my lord, but Mr. Madlala, I think he made about 3 or 4 statements. So one will have to check all the statements, with a microscopic view, to ensure that it did not cover it perhaps in the other statements, because in the one that Mr. Ramsipule is referring to, yes, indeed, he didn't say that, but there are other statements that he made subsequent to this one, my lord.
As the court, please, my lord, we're just trying to find the relevant portion of Mr. Madlala's evidence, but he did testify that he doesn't have knowledge of firearms, and without prescribing to my learned friend, I think it's perhaps better to relate what is in the statement with the evidence, because the statement was made some time ago. The witnesses since come, testified, and clarified all these aspects. It will be of no consequence, my lord, to harp on the statement with respect that was made some time ago when the witnesses already testified. As a
Kodwa ke uTumelo Madlala yena ke akajulanga ke noma ke adike ke achaze ke ngalendlela wena ke uchaza ngayo into le angabe wayenza ke kusona istatement asho ukuthi cha anginawo ke amaphepha futhi angisiyena ke kumbodi kuyibhamu kodwa umuntu uzofanele abheke ke zonke istatement azenza uTumelo ngoba kenzanga ke istatement esodwa. Yebo kuleso khuluma ngaso wena ke akakushongo lokho, kodwa kufanele kubhekwe nezinye futhi istatement bese ke umshushisike. Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi wakusho lokho noma ke istatement sisho kanjalo, kodwa ke sikhuluma ngofakazi ozile enkantolo wachaza ke lokhu washo ngalendlela ke ufakazi asho ngayo.
The question, my lord, that we're referring to is the evidence given by Mr. Tumelo Madlala on the 10th of August 2023 at page 4 during cross-examination by Mr. Numalo at line 12. Mr. Numalo says, so the description of the firearm that you gave in that paragraph, it is stated that it was a .38 special. Is that the description that you gave to the police? Then Mr. Madlala answers, I do not know what a .38 special is. All I know is that the description that I gave was a description in as far as a firearm that had a wheel on it. That is the description I gave to the police, and as far as the .38 special or 3.8 special is concerned, I do not know firearm. I did not say that it was a .38 special.
Impendulo ke leyo yakhe uTumelo Madlala uma wayebuzwa ke imibuzo yena uadvocate uNumalo ngazo i-10 zika-August ngo-2023 ukuthi ke akusho yena ke emaphoyiseni akazange akhulume ngayo i.38 special, kodwa ke wathi nje uma sichaza isibhamu leso ke wakhuluma ngesibhamu esinesondo ibhamu futhi angizazi, yilokho akusho.
My Lord, just a crisp response. There's no contestation between me and the state on that. I even put it to the witness on Friday that in his defense, I stated to him that Tumelo Madala said the description that he gave was a firearm with a wheel. I told this witness that on Friday. But I'm just comparing what's written in the statement, what he testified about. So there's no contestation between us. Now, like you've testified that certain witnesses, especially the ones that have come and testified that were in the house, typically Zandile Kumalo as well said, and I remember vividly, I was cross-examining her. She said, I'm not an expert in firearms, I won't be able to describe it. Similarly, Mtokozisi Twala could not describe the firearm. And the point that I'm coming to, Longwe Twala has yet to testify in this matter. And his description, you'll agree with me, that it's a .38 special still stands, according to his statements.
Yes, according to the statement, my Lord, it still stands. However, he is also in the same boat with Tumelo Madlala, and so are the other people who were in the house. None of them possess a license for the firearm. So there are no expertise in terms of the firearm. I'm saying legally, in terms of the profiling. What is factually correct, my Lord, and that I can rely on is that the experts, this is now the ballistic expert, at the crime scene, they found a projectile that relates to the 9mm. And that is why in my statements, when I refer to a revolver, I said purporting to be a revolver in relation to what was contained in the statement, not what was the factual finding, because I was laying the basis of what is contained in the docket. But yes, that still stands, as Mr. Ramsipile says, but there are no expertise there, with greatest respect to him as well, my Lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi lokho okushiwo uyena ke uLongwe ngokwendlela ke obhalwe ngayo kwistatement kusamile ke ukuthi ke washo ukuthi i.38 special, kodwa ke ngokufanayo ke nabanye abotumelo kanye nabanye ofakazi ke naye uLongwe Twala akanawo ke amaphepha amvumela ukuthi ke ngokusemthethweni abe nesibhamu nokuthi futhi angaba ungoti noba abe nolwazi ke. Kodwa ke kuloko okwatholwa ke lapho abangongoti abasebenzi noba abayileke kwindawo yesigameko bona ke bathola ke inhlamvu ekuyinhlamvu ephuma kwisibhamu ekuyi-9mm. Kodwa yebo kona lokho kuyiqiniso ukuthi usho kanjalo uLongwe yena.
Okay. Then A12, we are still on the witnesses that were in the house. A12 is a statement of Vetness Kumalo or Makumalo. She also did not give a specific description of the firearm.
Correct, my Lord.
Kuyiqiniso u-A12 kuyistatement esakhe ke uMakhumalo noma uVetness Khumalo naye ke isibhamu akasichazanga lapho.
And A13 is the statement of Ms. Zandile Kumalo. She too did not give a specific description of the firearm.
Yes, she didn't give it. Both A12 and A13, my Lord, did not give a description of a specific firearm, in other words, in terms of the type or the make. But they do say the first intruder was carrying a firearm. That's the essence of it.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke zombili ke le statement u-A12 esakhe ke uMakhumalo no-A13 sakhe ke uZandile Khumalo akunasibhamu esithize abasishoyo noma abasichazayo, kodwa ke bayasho ukuthi omunye walaba ke abangena wayephethe isibhamu.
And finally, A26 is the statement of Muthokozisi Twala, and also he too did not describe the firearm in specific terms.
Yes, indeed, except to say the intruder had a firearm, but not describing it. So the presence of the firearm becomes prevalent, my Lord, in these statements.
Kuyiqiniso ke nakena ke Mthokozisi Twala akasho ukuthi isibhamu esinjani, kodwa uyasho nje ukuthi omunye ke wayephethe isibhamu. Manje sekuyavela ke noma kuyagqama ke lokhu noma la kule statement yeke ukuthi ukhona sasikhona isibhamu.
Now the second aspect that I parked was the issue that I said I don't want to put a wrong proposition to you regarding where the so-called runaway phone lost its signal. Remember that issue?
I do remember, my Lord.
Now, You said in your 8225, the statement that we were busy with on Friday, that the signal was lost at the Fosuleras hostel. And my follow-up question was, what do you mean by the Fosuleras hostel? Because my assumption is that there are several hostels in Fosuleras.
That's correct, my lord, but I seem to recall my response being in this context that it lost the signal because it's very specific, and I testify about it in my evidence in chief on the Muleleki Tower. That's the last tower that picked up the cell phone signal. And I do recall, my lord, that I said in my interaction with the expert, Kenneth Stein, says that tower, because we had to do a site visit, in terms of the distance, can cover the Basutini hostel, which was now a place where allegations are saying that is where the planning was done, and that's where the perpetrators met after the incident. So that's how I recall I dealt with that question, my lord.
Uma ke bengikubuza-ke noma ke kunodaba-ke bengibekile-ke ngithi ngizobuyela kulona ukuthi umakhalekhukhwini lo owathathwa-ke kuyona-ke indawo yesigameko ukuthi waphelela kuphiko noma kula i-network-ke wagcina-ke ukuthi bambe khona shilo-ke ngathi-ke iMuleleki Tower nokuthi futhi nokuthi kuyobheka-ke ibanga-ke phakathi kwayo-ke iMuleleki Tower lena kanye-ke nayo-ke iBasotho hostel noma-ke iyayifaka iyayikhava yila engikhulume khona-ke nongoti noma labo abasebenza ngabo umakhalekhukhwini washo-ke ukuthi-ke iMuleleki leyana-ke iyayixosha noma-ke iyayikhava iBasotho hostel ney'nsolo-ke ey'hamba zithi-ke yila khona-ke ukuhlelwa-ke kwako konke lokhu kwenzeka khona nasemuva kwesiganeko ukuthi abantu abakwenza lokho bahamba baya khona eBasotho hostel.
Now, just for clarification of that question and that answer that you've just given now, in the evidence in chief, when she was led by my learned colleague, Advocate Sibanda, Ms. Pinky Vitilingen testified as follows regarding that aspect, whether Muleleki Tower does cover Basotho hostel. And she replied that Basotho hostel could be serviced by the following 4 towers, which are Fosuleras Tower, Fosuleras Square Tower, Phoenix Tower, and Bopang Khotso Tower. And Muleleki Tower was not one of the towers that she mentioned that the coverage extends to.
My lord, like I said, I do not have expertise. All I was relying on is that the expert is informing me that in terms of where that tower was situated and the distance to the hostel, it is possible that it will cover it. That's the explanation I've got. What was not given to me, it wasn't to say on that specific day, these other towers were not active or this tower was the only one that was active. That information was not given to me because I do know that it depends as to which tower is involved. But like I said, my lord, maybe it's the area that one should not venture into because I'm not an expert in those areas.
Uma-ke ubufakazi bakhe-ke uMs Pinky Vitilingen unama-tower awasho-ke ukuthi ngaba yiwona-ke cover-ke yona-ke iBasotho hostel, iFosuleras Tower, iFosuleras Square Clinics, just Mr. Fopan,
Bopang Khotso.
Nebopang Khotso. Mina-ke engikushilo-ke ukuthi mina umbiko-ke engawunikezwa-ke uma ngikhuluma naye-ke ungoti engitshela-ke angakusho ngokumina ukuthi-ke la amanye amathawa aye on yini ngalelo langa noma leyona-ke ithawa mhlampe-ke akusilona-ke udaba engingagxila noma ngingene kulona ngoba angisiyena ungoti kulokho.
And in our discussion, my lord, the other towers were not part of our discussion with Kenneth Stein. It was simply the focus of the last tower where the phone went off. It was in relation just to that. These other towers, in the discussion as to whether there are other towers that covers the Basutino hostel or etc. We didn't venture into that discussion, my lord. So that's something that was not discussed between us.
Sorry, who is this expert?
That is Kenneth Stein.
Yeah, because Mr. Ramsipid is referring to Pinky. It's evidence, is that, am I correctly concluded?
Yes,
and you are talking of a different expert.
Yes, that's Kenneth Stein, my lord.
My lord,
He says Stein, you are saying Pinky.
yes, because my lord,
Yeah, fine.
my understanding is that both experts did separate duties.
I don't know.
Kenneth Stein did the analysis and downloads of the cell phones, and made the so-called linkages, the spider webs, and Ms. Vittillingham spoke about the movement of the cell phones, the calls made, the calls received, text, SMSs, and the towers that were pinged during the making of those transactions. Now, my lord, the other thing that I want to come to is not a question per se to the brigadier, but it's a question that was raised by the court regarding whether Molelegi Tower is north-south of the hostel. I had a look, my lord. Unfortunately, the directions are given in coordinates of latitude, longitude, and it's only numbers. Unfortunately, I'm also not an expert in that regard, but as a cross-examiner, I'm also interested to know relative to the hostel where Molelegi Tower is directionally, my lord. So I'll leave it. Perhaps Ms. Vittillingham can come and just ventilate that aspect for us at the later stage, my lord.
Now, but what's critical also for this court,
Yes.
was there a phone, cell phone, which was at some stage situated in the house allegedly wherein two intruders got in and got out, according to the evidence? Zandile says somebody was elbowed,
The mother was punched,
and then the cell phone was taken. Now, was it inside the house? Because that's critical for this court also. Inside the house, not where it landed. Fine.
it is of absolute importance, my lord, and I'll tell
Yeah, you're right.
the court why.
I say in addition.
Yes, I'll tell the court.
Now you can argue that.
We'll argue that, but it's very vital, my lord. I do agree.
Yeah, fine.
Now, Brigadier, let's return then to 8225 because I was taking you through your statement 8225 in support of the application for the J50 warrant of arrest in terms of section 43 for Ms. Nontlanta Kelly Kumalo.
Correct, my lord.
And on Friday, when we stopped, we were at the question of the transparent plastic bag with note of money in it, wherein I asked you, did you ascertain the source of that photo from the trio of people that you say this is a common denominator in their downloads? Remember that?
I do recall, my lord.
Yebo kwiqiniso ngiyakhumbula-ke ngokwesihlanu uma ungibuza-ke ngaleli sakali elanemali leli obonayo-ke ngaphakathi kulona-ke ukuthi ngabuza yini kulabantu abathathu-ke ukuthi ngabe leso sithombe leso sasibuya kuphi.
And the point really that I was making is this. Here is a picture common to three people that are known to each other. That required examination, people being asked, where does it come from? Who's the source of this picture? Explain this money in this bag. And that was never done. That's the essence of what I was putting on Friday.
Yeah, so my lord, my recollection on Friday, we were dealing with the issue with the same plastic bag in relation to accused number 3. That's why it was specific because we had gone past Ms. Kelly Kumalo and Longwe. So it was centered around accused 3 as to whether on the day, and that's what I recall, that on the day when we went to measure or when it was measured, what was this question put forward? I know Mr. Advocate Minister was interested in that regard as to whether he was asked, this is now Advocate Minister's client, about the bag or not. That's where we were. And I can answer it in this way, my lord. Let me just deal with it now. So the sequence of events followed like this because they're important in terms of the answer that I will give, my lord. On the 16th of June 2020, accused number 2 gets arrested for the Wanongoma case. Then on the 19th of June, he makes a statement, the first confession that he makes to Lieutenant Colonel Rapad. And for the first time on the 16th of June, the name of accused 3, I'll just focus on accused 3, comes up for the first time.
Ngizophendula ngale ndlela-ke lo mbuzo ngokuthi-ke ngichaze-ke ukuyenzeka kwezinto ngokulandelelana ngaphambi kokuthi nginikeze-ke impendulo yami. Uma ngikhumbula kahle-ke ngolesihlanu bese sidlulile-ke kuyena-ke uKelly Khumalo kanye naye-ke uLongwethwala mayelana nalesisakazo, kodwa besigxile kuyena-ke umsolo wesithathu. Okwenzekayo-ke ukuthi-ke ngeyi-16 zikaJune 2020 kuboshwa yena-ke umsolo wesibili, bese kuthi ngeyi-19 zikaJune 2020 ila enza khona-ke okokuqala istatement ngaphambi kwakhe uKenneth Raphadu, ila okokuqala-ke kuvela khona-ke igama kamsolo wesithathu.
Yes, my lord. Now, 2-3 days later, then the second confession is made to the magistrate. That is the 24th of June 2020.
Bese kuthi-ke emuva-ke kwamalanga amabili amathathu-ke emva kwalokho ngeyi-24 zikaJune 2020 ila manje-ke sekwenziwa istatement phambi kwayo-ke i-magistrate.
What is prudent to note, my lord, is that prior to these 2 dates, we did not have the downloadings of accused 3 because he was not on site. The people that were analyzed was accused 1 and 2, and then when we got to 2, then accused 3's name comes up on the 19th and the 24th. So then the analysis starts in terms of identifying as to who is this Carlos Buthelezi that is being referred to. And then it leads us now to accused number 3.
Bese kuthi-ke manje-ke uma phambi kwalokho-ke noma phambi kwale-19 days-ke besingasilutho-ke noma kukho-ke ekusikhomba kuyena-ke umsolo wesithathu. Kungazo-ke manje-ke le-19 days-ke kanye futhi-ke nale date lena-ke 24 la esekuvela khona-ke manje igama likamangalelwa nomsolo wesithathu. Manje-ke sekufanele sibheke-ke sibukeke ukuthi ubani-ke manje lo Carlos Buthelezi ekhulunywa ngayo.
This is where, my lord, we then established that he was incarcerated for the Cleveland case. This is now the possession of a firearm under Cleveland case 96 of 2015. And that is where the firearm involved in this matter, or that was used in this matter, is alleged that was found in his possession, and the cell phones that were taken back in 2015. So these events kicks in around that period of late June 2020.
Ila esesithola khona-ke manje ukuthi-ke yena-ke umsolo wesithathu lokhulunywa ngayo noma-ke uCarlos Buthelezi-ke wayeboshiwe noma-ke esesitokisini-ke ngaleso sikhathi for icala leliyana-ke lase-Cleveland 962 of 2015. Ila khona-ke futhi ukuthi-ke kuvela khona-ke indaba-ke yesibhamu lesi-ke kusola ukuthi-ke isona-ke esasetshenziswa kulona-ke icala leli.
Then on the 30th, my lord, specifically, this is now 6 days after Mrs. Grenier took the confession, 30th of June 2020. That's when accused number 3 was interviewed by me and measured by Kenneth Mangena. So it's 6 days after the last confession, and it is before the downloadings analysis picked up the see-through bag from his phone and the report given back to me.
Manje-ke kuyinsuku-ke noma kumalanga-ke ayisithupha-ke emuva kwalokho noma emuva kokuthi-ke istatement noma-ke i-confession lena ithathwe yena-ke umagistrate uCronier ngeyazo i-30 zikaJune 2020. Umsolo wesithathu-ke manje sengiba nenhlolo khona noma i-interview kanye naye-ke lokho kungaphambi kokuthi-ke kutholwe noma kwenziwe-ke ama-download kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe.
The first statement, my lord, that I recall receiving from the downloader, where this bag and other contents, including the firearms and the photos that we dealt with, my lord, my recollection is that it came to my attention on the 17th of August 2020. That was after we interviewed the accused number 3 in prison, and it was after he was measured.
Ukhumbula kwami-ke istatement sokuqala-ke manje sizayo noma-ke esivelayo-ke mayelana-ke nama-downloads lawo isikhwama lesi-ke noma isaka leli-ke langemali kanye futhi nokunye-ke kwatholakala iy'thombe iy'bhamu kwakungazo iyi-17 zika-August 2020 kusemuva-ke ukuthi sengaba nayo i-interview noma inhlolo khona kanye nayo.
And then after the downloads were provided to us, my lord, those downloads were forwarded to Kenneth Stein, who is an analyst. He is the one then who was able to pick up this common denominator, but this is after the interview.
Emuva kokuthi-ke manje-ke ama-downloads lawo-ke esenikezwe kuthina-ke ase andluliselwa kuyena-ke uKenneth Stein ukuyena-ke umfaningi-ke uyena-ke owathola-ke noma-ke owathoshaka ukuthi-ke khona-ke lesi sithombe lesi-ke esihlanganayo lokho kusemuva-ke kokuthi-ke kwakunenhlolo khona.
And my lord, as to why we will not have gone back, because the question may arise as to why then couldn't you go back? the answer lies on the response, and that's why I was saying when we interview accused 3, there are certain assertions that he went to, and in fairness to him, I even said to Mr. Ramsepile, do you want me to go there? Because I know the consequences of going there. There are certain assertions he made in terms of how we must engage moving forward in the warning statement, and because of that, I could not go back to him. It's there in the warning statement, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke ukuthi ke uma ngikhulumisana naye ke ngenhloko khona naye ke ingakho ke bengafike ngibuzileke kuyena kuMr. Ramsepile uyafisa yini ukuthi ngiye khona lapho ngoba kunezinto ezithileke azisho ke ingakho ngakaze ngabuyelanga kuyena ke kukhona ke lokho lapho yana kuyona i-warning statement.
That is the essence of the answer, my lord.
Now, we are still on 8225. You go on to say there is also communication records between her and her sister that shows that as early as 2013, she wanted to get rid of the deceased, as she put it clearly on the WhatsApp messages. It is abundantly clear that she hated him and she wanted to get rid of him. She further states that she regrets not succeeding to get rid of him. Taking into account all these facts, an inference can be drawn that she meant killing him.
I do recall that, my lord.
Now I'm going to refer you to Exhibit 01, which is the statement of Colonel Stein, and he testified about these documents, and the WhatsApp messages that you are referring to are also extracted and form part of 01, Exhibit 01. So if I may respectfully refer you to page 6 of 01, if you've got it.
01, that is a statement of who? What will be the index number? Perhaps that will assist me with the
It's
docket.
01. There's no A number on here, so I can't give you the index number.
I will. Who's Colonel?
It's one of Colonel Stein's affidavits. He made 01 and 02. 02 deals with the communication between Logwe Twala and Zandile Kumalo mainly, but 01 deals with communication and linkages with Kelly Kumalo and other targets.
My lord, I'll have to look for it because Colonel Stein made various statements, so and they're not small statements. So one will have to. I'll try and look for it maybe while we proceed.
Yes, but I want us to go through that because there's an aspect that I'm going to. I see my learned colleague handed you pages. Are those not extra?
No. He handed me the pages of 225, my statement.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So my lord,
Besakufundileke lana uMr. Ramsepile ila asho khona namaqhubekayo kwisicelo sakhe esikade ukuthi ke yena ke nodadewabo ke ukukhuluma nokuxoxisana kwabo ke ngo-2013 ila ayefuna khona ke umguduza khona futhi asho ke nokuthi wayeyisola noma uyayisola ke ukuthi ke angazange aphumelele ekuthini amguduze ngaleso sikhathi leso.
if maybe for the sake of brevity, I'll my learned colleague has got it here. Are you in possession of 01, especially the part that has got extract of text messages between Mrs. Zandile Kumalo and Kelly Kumalo?
I do have extracts, my lord, although they are not marked 01, but I suppose it refers. I do have it's something similar.
Yes, if you look at the bottom of the document, it will have 6-page Colonel statement of Colonel Stein with cell number, and then it will have page 6, 7 onwards.
Yes,
So
that's what
let's
I
start,
have.
I think it
That's
starts
what I
at
have.
Page 6.
Yes.
And at the title at the top, it will say in the middle where the messages start with boxes there, it will say SMS received by Zandi Kumalo, Nokia N8-00 in brackets RM-596, close bracket, Zandi Kumalo, and it's XRY, sent by Kelly Kumalo, 08227044358. I think there's extra numbers there, you can see that.
Yes, I can see that, I agree.
So if we go to the text message, because the actual text message that was screen grabbed is in the box, you cannot see it, but it is also typed out, and it will have telephone number, which is 2782-704-4358, and then the text will say Sonzo's mom is talking to every radio station in Durban, telling how it would be my fault if she dies of heart attack. Can you believe this woman? You see the text message?
I do see, my lord.
Ngiyabona ke lo mlayezo ufundayo ufundeka ngalendlela ke uma kasenzo ukhuluma ke nazo zonke iziteshi zomsakazo eDurban esho ke ukuthi kuzoba iphutha lami kanjani uma esengashona ke noma ke shona ngenhliziyo uyamkholelwa yini lo muntu wesifazane noma lo mama.
Now if you take it from there and placing on record the time, the status, the storage, the type and the folder.
Yes, so time. Should I use this one? So the time, my lord, it's date and time. It's 2013 of October the 11th. Time it's 09:43:59 seconds AM. Status, it says it's read. Storage type device. Type incoming. Folder it's inbox.
Imininingwane lana ifuneka ngalendlela ke kwakunge 2013 10/11/09:43 nama seconds of 59 ekseni iyasho ukuthi umlayezo wafundwa ke ukuthi ke umlayezo owawungena nokuthi ke inbox.
And then let's go to the second message and place it on record.
Yes, should I place it?
Yes.
The second message is from 278270444358. Text reads as follows, my lord. I regret everything. I wish I didn't allow Senzo into my life. Look at all the mess it has gotten us into. It's all his lies now affecting all of us.
Sorry.
Yeah. Then the time and date, my lord, it's 2013 October the 11th, and time it's 09:46:44 seconds AM. Status, it says it's read. Storage, it says device. Type, it says incoming, and the folder is inbox.
Lo mlayezo ufundeka ngalendlela ke wabuya kule number 278270444358. Umlayezo uthi ke ngiyayisola ke ngayo yonke into ngathi ngangazange ngimvumeleke uSenzo empilweni yami. Bheka ke manje lokhu eseyisingenise kukona ke sisonke amanga akhe onke manje ke lana asenomthelela kithina sonke. Isikhathi 2013 10/11/09:46:44 AM. Isho ukuthi umlayezo wafundwa ukuthi ke yagcinwa kuphi noma ke storage wona ke makhalekhukhwini device kwakuyumlayezo owawungena ke ifolder inbox.
Let's go to the next third message on page 7 at the top.
That message, it says telephone from 278270444358. The text reads as follows, my lord. No, Sisi, it makes matters worse for me because I am just seeing a person who is wrecking Senzo's family. Time and date, my lord, is 2013 October 11. Time is 09:50:02 seconds AM. Status read. Storage device, type incoming, and the folder inbox.
Olandelayo ke ufundeka ngalendlela ukuthi ke ubuya kwinamba u2782 7044 uthi ke umlayezo cha sisi sekwenza nje ukuthi izinto ke zibembi kakhulu ke manje ngoba mina ke umuntu nje obonayo nanjengomuntu nje osakazayo noma ke ochitha umndeni kaSenzo isikhathi 2013-10-11-0950 nama seconds awu2 status iyasho ukuthi umlayezo wafundwa nokuthi ke wagcinwa kuphi storage device kwakumlayezo ongenayo ifolder inbox.
Then I suppose I should proceed.
Yes.
Sir, okay. The next one, my lord, says telephone from 27827044-358. Text, no. It reads as follows, the text, my lord. No, it won't. It will just mean that I went through all this for nothing. But I think he is gonna leave because he is shit scared of his mother. I wish I was not pregnant. I was going to let him go. Time and date, my lord, is 2013 October the 11th, and the time is 09:53:31 seconds AM. The status says read, and the storage device, type incoming, the folder is inbox.
Olandelayo ke inamba u2782 noma ubuya kwinamba ke 27827044 mlayezo ufundeka ngalendlela ke cha angeke uzosho nje ukuthi ke mina ke ngiye ngandlula kona konke lokho ngidlulela ke ize noma ke into engekho kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke uzohamba ngoba ke uyamsaba uma wakhe ngiyafisa nje ukuthi ngangingakhulelwe ngoba ngangizomdedela ahambe isikhathi 2013-10-11-0953 ama seconds awu31 AM. Status yasho ukuthi umlayezo wafundwa storage noma la ugcinwe khona ke kuwona umakhalekhukhwini device uhlobo ke kwaku message engenayo ifolder inbox.
My lord, my apologies for pronouncing this vulgar way, but that's how it's written. So I wouldn't know how to. So my apologies. The next message, my lord, says telephone from 27827044-358. Then it says text. The text, I wish God would tell me why. Time and date is 2013 October the 11th. Time is 09:58:31 seconds AM. Status read. Storage device, type incoming.
Olandelayo ke umlayezo buya kuyona ke inamba 2782704438 umlayezo ke uthi ngiyafisa ukuthi uNkulunkulu angangitshela ukuthi kungani isikhathi ke 2013-10-11-0958 nama seconds awu31 uyasho ke ukuthi ke umlayezo wafundwa ke ukuthi ke wagcina kuphi kuwona umakhalekhukhwini nokuthi ke uhlobo kwakuumlayezo ongenayo.
The next one on page 8, my lord, says telephone from 27827044-358. Text, Senzo is not strong enough for all of this, though. I feel like standing alone. Time is 2013, date is 2013 October the 11th, and time is 10:06:44 AM. Status says read, my lord. Storage device, type incoming, folder inbox.
Bese futhi olandelayo ke kuyeka kuyona ke number 27827044-358 umlayezo uthi ke uSenzo ke akekho strong ke for wona konke lokhu ngizizwa nje ingathi ngayimela ngedwa. Date u2013-10-11 isikhathi u10:06 nama seconds awu44 umlayezo wafundwa ke wagcinwa kuwona noma ke storage wagcinwa kuwona ke makhalekhukhwini ukuthi kwakumlayezo owathunyelwa kuyo ifolder inbox.
The next message, my lord, says telephone from 7044-358. The text reads as follows. He's panicking, remember. He's panicking, remember. This is his first big and bad publicity. So he's worried about his entire family. Time and date. The date reads as follows: 2013, October the 11th. Time 10:12:15 a.m. Status read. Storage device. Type incoming. Folder inbox.
Bese ke ulandelayo umlayezo inamba u2782704438 umlayezo ufundeka ngalendlela. Sorry. Uyatatazela ukhumbuleke ukuthi ke ikona koqala ke lokhu okukhulu kwaye futhi ke okumbeka ke elisweni elibike elimbeka ke kwiliso elibi futhi ke ukhathazekile ke mayelana nomndeni wakhe wonke. 2013 10:11 isikhathi 10:12 ama-seconds awu-15 umlayezo wafundwa wagcinwa ke kuwona umakhalekhukhwini noma ke i-storage kwakuwona umakhalekhukhwini kwakuwumlayezo owathunyelwa.
Then on page 9, my lord, the telephone from 27827044-358. The text reads as follows. What's worse is that his family is not schooled about how to deal with the media. Bapapa nje, especially his mother, who wants to be famous at my expense. My lord, it's difficult, yeah, but anyway, that's what it says.
What's difficult?
I'm saying the things that are said, they're insulting, but be that as it may, the date and time, my lord, it's 2013 October 11. Time is 10:14:06 a.m. Status read. Storage device. Type incoming and folder inbox.
Olandelayo ke ubuya kuyona ke inamba u2782704435 umlayezo uthi ke okubike ukuthi ke umndeni wakhe ke awufundileke ukuthi ke ungathi ke udileke nazo ke izinto eziphathelene ke nemedia baphapha nje ukakhulukazi uma wakhe ofuna ukuthi adume ngami. 2013 10:11 10:14:06 wafundwa ke umlayezo lowo wagcinwa kuwona ke emakhalekhukhwini kwakumlayezo owathunyelwa.
The next one, my lord, says telephone from 27827044-358. The text reads as follows. I don't know what he wants to do. He can go if he wants to. The date, my lord, is 2013 October 11. Time 10:14:34 a.m. Status read. Storage device. Type incoming and the folder its inbox, my lord.
Ulandelayo ubuya kuyona ke inamba 27827044-358 umlayezo uthi ke angazi ukuthi ufuna ukwenzani, angahamba uma efuna. Isikhathi 2013 10:11 10:14 ama-seconds awu-34.
Then the next one, my lord, says telephone from 27827044-358. The text reads as follows. I've given him a choice to leave and told him I never want him to choose between me and his family. The date is 2013 October the 11th. Time 10:18:10 a.m. Status read. Storage device. Type incoming and the folder its inbox, my lord.
Olandelayo iyona ke number 27827044-358 umlayezo uthi ke nikezele kuyena ke ukuthi ke ahambe ngamtshela ke ukuthi futhi angifisi noma angifuni ukuthi ke akhetheke phakathi kwami kanye nomndeni wakhe. 2013 10:11 isikhathi 10:18 nama-seconds awu-10.
The next one at the bottom of the page, which will go to page 10, my lord, starts with telephone from 27827044-358, and the text reads as follows. LOL. I just want this whole It's an insulting word, my lord. I don't know, should I read it verbatim, my lord?
Who is insulting who?
She's sending a message to Zandi, but it's I'll read it as it says, my lord.
Yeah, but I want to know who's insulting who, because you're saying the messages come from this specific number which ends with 358.
So the number 358 is the number of
Kelly's-
Miss Kelly Kumar.
Kelly's number.
Yes, and she's talking to the sister.
Oh, the
So
sister.
the person that has been discussed is the deceased, but it's the discussions between the two sisters.
That's so.
Yes,
Oh, I see. Okay.
yes.
Now you don't have to read it because at that time Senzo was still alive.
Yes, he was alive.
Yeah, fine.
This time. All right. Huh?
Are you done?
No, I'm not done. So the date of this message, my lord, says 2013 December 31. At the time it's 11:51 a.m. The status is read. Storage device type incoming, and the folder it's inbox, my lord.
Olandelayo ke umlayezo buya kona ke le number 2782704438 iyasho ke ukuthi ke ngifisa nje konke lokhu kodwa ke kunegama kashilo noma ke elibhaliwe ke khona la ngasilona ukuthi igama elifanelekile ukuthi singalisho ke ukuthi ngifisa nje konke lokhu ukuthi ke sekungaphela isikhathi kwango 2013 12:31 11:15 51 am nokuthi umlayezo wafundwa ke bechaza ke uma ekusho ke lokufakaza ukuthi ke lana ke ile number ekuthiwa yakhe ke uMr Kelly Khumalo ukhuluma naye ke udadewabo kodwa babekhuluma ngaye ke umufi wayesaphila futhi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
The next one, my lord, says telephone from 2782 7044 The text reads as follows: I'm emotionally drained. I sometimes feel that Senzo brought a dark cloud in my life, and I can almost hate myself for not succeeding in getting rid of him via SMS, and the SMS will not go. I feel like God is deliberately sabotaging me by keeping this man in my life.
Olandelayo ke ubuya kakuyona ke le number u2782704438 kuthi ke ngokwasemoyeni ke nje ngikhatheleke ngezinye nje inkathi ke ngizwa nje ingathi ke uSenzo waletha ife limnyama empilweni yami ngezinye inkathi ke kube nokuyizonda ke ngokuthi ngingazange ke ngiphumeleleke ekuthini ke ngihlukaneke naye noma ke ngimgudluzeke ngayo iSMS nje ayihambanga noma ayizange ihambe ngizwa ingathi ke uNkulunkulu ke sengathi into nje ayenza ke ngamabomu ke ukuthi ke agcine le ndoda empilweni yami.
The date, my lord, of this test was 2013 December the 31st, and time it's 11:24:31 a.m. Status read. Storage it's a device, and the type it was an incoming message. The folder inbox.
Kwakuyi message ke leya ngo2013 nge31 ke na ke uDecember isikhathi 11:24 nama seconds awu31 am ekseni.
And then the next one, my lord, says telephone from 27827044 The text reads as follows: oh yeah, laughing. I can't wait for the day he is no longer in my heart. The time was 2013. Sorry, the date, my lord, 2013 December the 31st. The time was 11:31:01 a.m. Status read. Storage was the device. The type it was an incoming message, and the folder is inbox, my lord.
Number 2782704438 umlayezo ke uthi oya yahleka ke angikwazi ke ukuthi ngalinda ke usuku la engaseyona ke ingxenye noma ke engasekho enhlizweni yami yathunyelwa ke ngo2013 nge31 kuDecember isikhathi 11:31 ne second elodwa.
The next message, the next readings, my lord, on page 11 reads as follows: telephone from 27827044 4358. The text reads as follows: all I can do is hope and pray that each day I am getting closer to my day of being free from him. The date is 2013, December the 31st. The time is 11:41:16 seconds a.m. Status read, storage device, type incoming, and the folder is inbox, my lord.
Yona inamba kuseyona ke 278270444358. Umlayezo uthi ke engingakwenza ukuthemba nokuthandaza ke ukuthi ke ilanga nelanga ngiyasondela ke ekuthini ngiyasondela ke kusuku noma ke usuku lwami liyasondela ke lokuthi ngikhululeke kuyena kwakungo 31 kuDisemba 2013 isikhathi 11:41 nama seconds awu 16.
Yes. The next thing that so the readings, my lords, ended because Kenneth Stain then extracted. He placed some other diagrams.
No, let's leave those. I was just interested in the messages, and the reason I was interested in the messages because you say in 8225, taking into account all these facts, an inference can be drawn that she meant killing him, and that inference you drew from these 12-13 messages that we have read.
Yes, some of them, my lord. I
Yes.
think the entire context, the entire downloading might be more than this. I think Kenneth Stain extracted some of it,
Yes.
but yes, this covers the inference that I drew, my lord. That's what she meant.
Bengifuna nje ukuthi ke ufundeke lawo message ngoba uyasho ke ukuthi ke wena ke wila usuthola khona ke kulama message ukuthi ke wayefuna ke noma kwakuyisifiso sakhe ke sokuthi ambulale. Uyasho ukuthi lokho kulama message awu 12 noma u13 amanye awo ke ngoba ke akusiwona ke onke lana ephelele ngicabanga ukuthi nje uKenneth Stain wakhipha athize.
And the last sentence on 8225, just before the commissioning part on paragraph 5, it says, I hereby apply for the warrant of arrest for Nontanta Kelly Kumalo on charges of conspiracy to commit murder and murder. You see that?
I do see that, my lord.
And in relation to that, you then completed the J50 form. Is that correct?
Yes, I did, my lord.
Lana ke ufundela ngalendlela ke manje ke sengenza isicelo ke sokubopha ke yena ke uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo ke insolo noma ke kumasala ke icala lokubulala kanye futhi nokuhlanganyela ke ukuhlela ukubulala yebo ila manje sengenza khona ke noma ngibhala khona ke leyo J50.
And that J50 is in your index, it will be A226. The statement is A225. The J50 form will be A226.
Yes, I recall the index is correct, my lord.
Yebo ke leyo J50 leyo ke kuzoba u-A226 njengoba istatement lesisona u-A225.
And just in passing, I don't want to belabor this point. You say then you did not execute. You went to this length to make this statement to complete the J50, but you did not execute or take the J50 plus the affidavit to the magistrate because this was a prosecutorial driven investigation. What then happened? Because you were explaining something along those lines on Friday.
No. It's yeah. So the correct context, my lord, I said
Yes.
it was my view that this is what we have. I think maybe if I can, without so that I can put it in the correct context. I said prior to the accused being indicted by the DPP, it was my initial proposal that based on what we have, she must be charged together with these 5 accused. But it was clear on our interaction that from the prosecution side, there's further investigation that must be done. That led me to this statement 225 that Mr. Ramsipil is going through now, my lord, where I then came to say this is the further evidence that we have now collected, the cell phones and so forth. But as I said, it was a procedural driven investigations. It was, I provided what I have, the application, and through the discussion, I was advised to hang on to it at that stage, my lord.
Okwenzeka ke lana ke mayelana ke nokuthi ke nangakungaphambilini kokuthi ke abasolwa ke labo bahlanu abaphambi kwenkantolo bayobikelela ke imantshi la engasho ke noma mangikhulumisana nabo ke abashushisi ukuthi ke naye ke akabe ingxenye kaboshwe abe ingxenye ke base bethi ke abashushisi aqhubekeke ngophenyo ila manje sengizobhala khona ke lo A225 ngisho ukuthi nakuke obunye ke ubufakazi ke noma ke uphenyo olwenzekile ke base ngase nitshela ukuthi cha angibe ngimake mayelana nalokho.
So in essence, my lord, the decision, my decision as a police officer is to investigate and do what exactly I did. You investigate, you compile your statement, you apply the J50. The process of the J50 in terms of authorization, then obviously the NPA and the judiciary then kicks in. So you simply make an application. If there's no blessings, that's how it is, my lord. I can't take it further than that.
Okwenzekayo ukuthi mina ke nanjengephoyisa ke ukuphenya ke ilokho engakwenza ke ngaphenya ke bese manje ke iJ50 lena ke incwadi ke yokuthi ke umuntu aboshwe ke ila manje sengena khona ke laba abashushisayo kanye futhi ke noma ke imantshi noma ke mhlambe ke ijaji ke ila mina ke okwami kuphela khona lapho. Uma ngabe ke kungekho ke isibusise sikhona ke iqhubeka ke akukho engakwenza ngindlule kulokho.
Now, before I proceed on to the next aspect that has got to do with the reasons now where you stated that after carefully perusing and studying the docket, you then came to a realization that there were indeed intruders in the house, and then you gave certain grounds and reasons in your evidence in chief, and you stated that those were your personal reasons, correct?
Yes, guided by what was contained in the docket, my lord. But just to close this chapter of the warrant, my lord, to close it in the right context, because I want it to be understood in that context. It wasn't to say when there was no blessing from the NPA, there was a rejection. It was a question of saying, perhaps get some more, perhaps the issues of timing. It was a strategic decision that was taken during our interaction. So, but the position was not to say the NPA is against. There were discussions that occurred between us, and I can't discuss them in this court, my lord. But it wasn't a refusal to say she should not be charged. At some stage.
Ngiyalivala lo daba lolu kumayela ke nalo indaba ke noma ke udaba lolu lokuboshwa kwakhe ke uMskeli Khumalo kwangasi ukuthi ke iNPA nanje ngoba sasikhulumisana ukuthi kwakuyikunqaba kubona ukuthi cha akangaboshwa ke ngaleso sikhathi leso kodwa ke nanje ngoba sasiqhubeka ke sixoxisana noma sikhulumisana ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke bathi cha kwakungesona ke isikhathi.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Ramsepela, I just wanted to clear that. Sorry.
Now, just on an aspect that I touched on last week regarding 375, recall I asked you who is the A1 in 375, and you stated that it was Warrant Officer Makubo.
My response, my lord, was to say, according to the system, yes, Warrant Officer Makubo is the complainant. That's what I said, my lord.
Uma bengiphendula ke mayelana ke nalo daba le A1 ukuthi ubanike owa kwakuyena ummangali kwiDocket u375 ngitheke kuloko kuvela kwisystem uyena Warrant Officer Makubo.
Now, as you correctly stated that you had access, and by access you qualified it that one of the times was when disclosure was required to be made for the defense team herein of 375. And indeed, I do have the A1 statement of Warrant Officer Makubo in Foslora's case 375 of 01/2019. It was commissioned on the 22nd of January 2019, and the commissioner is a Joyce Busisiwe Butelezi. It's a two-page statement, my lord, with leave of the court. If I can just read the A1 to the Brigadier. Do you have a copy, Brigadier?
I don't have it now, my lord. So yes, I
If
appreciate if
borrow,
perhaps you
because
can just.
I've got a copy with me that is not marked.
Thank you, my lord. Yes, I now have one.
It reads on top, Phosphorus Cast 375 of 01-2019 says, I, the undersigned warrant officer Mishek Makubo, do hereby state under oath as follows that, and paragraph 1, I am employed as a detective warrant officer by the South African Police Services attached to 165 Mayor Street, Jamestown, DPCI, Gauteng Province. I'm currently one of the 4 investigating officers in this matter and have 24 years experience in this field. He gives you his contact details that we want to reveal in this court. Paragraph 2.
Usually when one wants to prove the entirety of the statement, you want it to be proven first through the person who made it, my lord. But it would appear that my learned friend wants to place the entire statement on record without having followed that process. Brigadier Gininda, my lord, is not the person to commission the statement or cannot vouch to the correctness thereof, but the entirety of the statement is put to him. We submit, my lord, with the greatest of respect that will not be proper. There's nothing wrong in perhaps putting certain portions of the statement to him for comment, but to try and put the statement in total record, we submit it's not proper.
Yes, Mr. Ramasipili.
My lord, let me do this. Mr. Mgomezulu has indicated that this witness will be called later. Perhaps let me leave this statement from the brigadier so that when he comes, this can be put first on record.
But you shall have cross-examined. That's the point.
Sorry, my lord.
You shall have cross-examined.
That's okay, my lord.
Are you with me?
Yes.
You can't wait
Yes.
or rely on another counsel.
Yeah.
So you must decide. It's different if you want to use that statement to say to this court, you are going to call Mr. Makubo, Warrant Officer Makubo, as a witness. Then that's different. Then it can be provisionally admitted under those circumstances.
Now,
But if you don't make that,
now that's not my intention. And those are not my
the
instructions.
learned friend is correct.
So it's
That's,
Mr. Mgomezulu perhaps was here because he's the one that had indicated that he's going to call him. If I can have it back, Brigadier, let's move on. Thank you. Now, let's go to Brigadier to some of the reasons why you say there were intruders. And by asking you this, let me be upfront from the beginning. I'm asking as a cross-examiner for clarification purposes. My instructions are very clear from accused number 2, that he was not in the house, he was not involved in the commission of the offense. By therefore asking you about these reasons, I'm asking you as a cross-examiner. It does not come from Mr. Ntanzi that he knows something about what transpired in that house.
Understood, my lord.
Imibuzo engizokubuza yona ke mayelana nanjengoba usho-ke wena ngezathu ukuthi ke kwangani-ke uthi kunabantu abangena endlini kucacile-ke engikutshelwa uyena-ke engimneka umswalo wesibili ukuthi yena-ke akazi okwenzeka laphaya wayengekho laphayana. Ma ngikubuza-ke akubuyi kuyena-ke uMr. Ntanzi, ngikubuza ngoba yimina obuza imibuzo.
Now, one of the reasons that you mentioned, and I'm going to request you, because I don't want to misquote you, where I misquote you, put the correct context on some of the reasons that you gave that I may misquote you or misapprehend you on, right?
Right, understood.
Now, the first one you say is, according to the statements of the witnesses, a robbery of a cell phone belonging to Kelly Khumalo was taken by the robbers. Do you recall that?
Yes, well, I don't remember the exact context how I put it, my lord, but the essence of that submission is that there were allegations that cell phone was taken, and I indicated why do I believe that indeed it was taken, my lord.
Ushilo ukuthi esinye seyizathu sokuthi ukholeleke ukuthi kunabantu abangena ukuthi ke ofakazi ke bayasho ke ukuthi ke labo abantu abangena ke bathatha ke noma ke babamnkunzi ke umakhalekhukhwini wakhe uKelly Khumalo. Angisakhumbula ukuthi indlela ke engiyibeke ngayo kodwa ke zazikhona ke insolo ukuthi yebo ke wathatha.
The context was the following. You had stated that after the incident, the phone numbers and the people that were in the house congregated at clinics, bar the one cell phone that is 2498 that registered at Moleleki Tower. That is within that context that you stated this. Now, this phone allegedly at Moleleki, would you have any knowledge who was in possession of that phone at Moleleki?
Personal knowledge or based on the docket, my lord?
Yes.
Maybe let's. So, well, my lord, what is contained in the docket and is contained in the confession of accused Mr. Ramsitule's client. He says the phone was taken by accused 3 from him. He says he took the phone from the house and then it was taken from him by accused 3 as they were driving back. That's what is contained in the docket.
Manje ke umakhalekhukhwini lona ke oqoshwa ke ithawa leyana ke imuleleki ke ubani owayewuphethe usefuna ukwazi ke ukuthi ke usho engikwaziyo mina noma ke kumininingwane esedokotini kodwa ke kuyona ke confession noma ke statement sakhe umsolo wesibili okuyiclient yakhe uMr. Ramsitule ukuthi uyena owathatha umakhalekhukhwini endlini wase uthathwa kuyena ke umsolo wesithathu.
In the context of the phones, my lord, what I said was that in convincing me that indeed they were intruders, one could see that the phone, and I refer to the runaway phone, the phone that disappeared, before this incident took place, was in the same tower with all other phones. So one tower picked them up prior to this incident. They were in the same tower. After the incident happened, when the other phones were moving towards the clinics, and I even said, my lord, the people who were there, who were in the house, were accounted for in the clinics in terms of what they were saying, who was there and so forth, including the deceased. But this particular phone, the runaway phone, took a different direction, and I indicated, my lord, that it then ended up at this tower of Moleleki. Yet the people who were in the house, supported by the phone, I know we even had a discussion as to whether Imam's phone was there or not, but I said they were in the clinics. In particular, I was focusing on Longwe because it was said Longwe is the shoot, and I said his phone, for the fact, was picked up in the clinics, supported by the tracker system of his vehicle that places in them.
Mayelana kumase sikhuluma ke ngalo ke udaba lolu lama phones nokuthi ke axoshwa obaphike amathawa noma yipi ithawa ngaphambilini kwesigameko ukuthi isigameko senzeke ke onke lama phone lana ke aye ngaphansi ke kwethawa eyodwa. Kodwa ke emuva ke kwesiganeko ama phones amanye la abantu ababesendlini ke ngoba ke ubufakazi buyasho ukuthi ke bahamba ke baya ke eclinics kufaka naye ke ulongo ngoba ke insolo zazithi ke ulongo kuyena ke owadubula kanye futhi ke netracker ukuthi ke nemoto yakhe yatholakala khona lapho ke eclinics kodwa lona wona umakhalekhukhwini esikhuluma ngawo ke okuwona owathathwa ke wona wase uthatha ke i-direction ehlukile ke emuva kokuthi isigameko sesenzekile.
Yes.
Now, when you inherited this phone and in this investigation, this aspect of the runaway phone, did you personally interview Kelly Khumalo about it?
No, I didn't. As I said, my lord, and I put it, my lord, in stages, that the first part was the first fact-finding mission. In other words, to draw up an investigation plan, one needed to know whether, in terms of the second allegation, that is prior reading the docket, whether the investigation must be directed to the people who were inside the houses, the perpetrators, or indeed if they were intruders. So the first phase when I was dealing with this aspect was when we were dissecting the docket to establish whether there is evidence in the docket indicating whether they were intruders or not. So it is at that stage, my lord, and I couldn't interview Ms. Kelly Kumalo, anyone. I didn't interview anyone because I didn't want to be contaminated or influenced by those people. I wanted to rely on what is contained factually on the docket. So what I said is based on what I found on the docket, not on what somebody told me, my lord.
Ingabe ke mayelana nalo daba lolu ke waba nayo yini inhlolo khona noma ke interview naye ke uMiss Kelly Kumalo mayelana nalo makhalekhukhwini ke owathathwa ke endlini ekhaya. Zokhumbula ukuthi eqaleni ngishilo ke ukuthi ke kwakuwukuthola ke ukuthi kahle kahle yini eyenzeka ngoba ke ukuthi mhlambe bakhona yini abantu ababengenile khona lapho noma babengekho kubhekwe labantu ababesendlini yini ngangingekho kwisimo sokuthi ke ngaba ne-interview naye ke uMiss Kelly Kumalo noma ubani ke ngoba ngangafuni ke ukuthi ke kube nomthelela ke obakhona ke kodwa mina ke ngihambe ngokwalokho noma ngifunde imininingwane le ekhona kulona idokodo.
My lord, I can also just add that if there was any evidence in the docket suggesting that there were no intruders, I can tell this court without any uncertainty that we were going to pursue that investigation. There is no way I would have taken a different direction when evidence points me, you'll be breaking the law. That's the simple essence of it.
Uma ngingayitshela ke lenkantolo uma kuwukuthi kwakunobufakazi obukhona kulona idokodo ukuthi cha babengekho abantu abangena endlini ngangeke ke mina ke ngiphume ngolunye uhlangothi ke kodwa ke idokodo noma information ekudokodo ithi cha babengekho abantu abangena endlini bengizolandela lokho engikutshola idokodo ngingalandeli ke okunye ngoba ke lokho nje ngamazwi nje alula ukuphula umthetho lo.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just looking for one aspect that I want to refer you to regarding the so-called runaway phone. I'll come back to that. Okay, I've got it. If I may refer you, Brigadier, to the statement of Nompilo Melangwani Sangweni, who is one of the neighbors that was staying in Mzamo section at 13255 Bongani Street, Mzamo Straight View.
Yes,
it will be A94.
A94
of your index.
A94.
And it was commissioned on the 10th of January 2015 by the Commissioner Angel Mtetwa, who is a captain in the South African Police Services.
A94?
Yes, Nompilo Sangweni.
But I have an idea, my lord, of what it's a statement by the traditional doctor.
Yes,
I have an idea. I'll find it, my lord. But I know it's a lady. She's a traditional doctor from not far from the Kumano's house. So I'll find it. I've got an idea.
Just in relation to the phone, because I'm not going to, it's a four-page statement that is typed out, so it's quite lengthy. I don't want to refer you to the whole contents. I'll only refer you to paragraph 14 thereof relating to the runaway phone.
Yes, my lord, I'm listening.
Which says, before Kelly left, she had told me that the criminals got inside the house and pretended as if they wanted her cell phone. But she was surprised because they did not take the phone. They only killed Senzo. She found the phone next to the door after they had left.
It's a good place, Mother.
What's your time?
You know, once again, we back to the same problem.
Yeah, I can
hearsay,
see
double hearsay evidence.
Are you going to call the lady? Who they say is a traditional doctor?
I'm not sure whether she's alive, my lord. There's a question. I'm not even sure whether she is still present. I'll find out from the brigadier.
Now, I'm just interested. Are you calling her? That's what I want to know.
I'll find out from the brigadier if she's still available. Then I'll tell the court after the short adjournment.
I see.
Yes.
What's your time, sir?
It was 12, my lord.
12.
Yes.
Okay, 15 minutes then.
nowesibili.
What I'm saying, my lord, is that there's a name in that confession that is associated with accused 3 as well as 4 and 5, my lord.
Engikushoyo ukuthi ke kusona ke leso statement esogonyuluka ke kunegama ke elihlanganiswa naye ke umsolo wesithathu, owesine kanye nowesihlanu.
Now, all I'm interested is in the name Carlos Buthelezi, because the accused before court, the third accused is, his name is Ngube, not Buthelezi.
Yes, I'm aware of that, my lord. But in the confessions, and I think in evidence in chief, I dealt with it, that name, even though it was Buthelezi, and sometimes they'll say Carlos, through the investigation, we're able to establish that this Carlos, this Buthelezi is actually accused 3.
Wena ke ukhuluma lana ke ngoCarlos Buthelezi, kodwa ke phambi kwenkantolo sino umsolo wesithathu ke uMncube. Yebo ke ngishilo ke lokho ukuthi ke ngoqhubeka kwethu ke nophenyo sikwazile ukuthola ke ukuthi ke makhuluma ngoCarlos ukhuluma ngoButhelezi ke khulunywa ngaye ke umsolo wesithathu.
And I think that is also, for example, my lord, if I can just think ahead, but there are other statements, but the one that I can think of, Constable Zungu, because he even identifies them in his statements that this is the person that is referring to in terms of the pictures. So identify a picture of accused 3 and referred him as, I think, the surname Buthelezi, and I can go to his statement. So I'm saying there was no dispute as to say the name, even though there's a Buthelezi surname, but the person that is being referred to is Mr. Ngube, who is accused number 3.
Noma ke sengacabanga ke la kodwa oqala nje ngacabanga ngayo yona ke uConstable Zungu uma elisho ke igama lelo kodwa uma esesitshengisa ke isithombe akhombe yena ke umsolo wesithathu athi noma ke ngibiza yena ke uCarlos Buthelezi kodwa ke ngikhuluma nangumuntu engikhuluma ngaye akhombe yena ke umsolo wesithathu.
Now, one of the reasons that you also mentioned was the issue of DNA evidence, and you read the report in respect of the people that were in the house. You remember that?
I do remember that, my lord.
Ufundileke kunombiko ufundileke lana waloke uyifuza namaphethelezi ke yona ke DNA ufunda ke ngabo abantu abesendini yebo kuyiqiniso.
And that report excluded the people that were in the house as donors of certain areas that were swapped. Remember?
I do remember that, my lord.
Nokuthi ke lowo mbiko ke ubakhiphileke abantu abesendini ke ngokuthi ke kungayibona ke abangabe bashiya ke la ekwatholakala khona ubufakazi noma ke igazi yebo kuqiniso.
What about the accused persons before court from accused 1 to 5? Does DNA link them to that scene on the 26th of October 2014?
My lord,
according to the report of
yes, I'm going there. I'm going there. I'm just trying to find the right words, my lord, because when I tried to venture into this aspect during the evidence in chief, it was greatly objected by by Mr. Mnisi, because I was actually going to accuse 3. So I'm trying to find the ways as to how should I actually answer the question, because my answer will be saying the report, my recollection of the report made by the police, the captain who made the report, who's an expert, excluded, at the end of the day, he says he's excluding some of, well, all of the accused. However, my lord, because, and this is the part that I'm saying, when you read the report, you must read it in its entire context. You can't just select the last portion and ignore the person, what he's saying above. Somewhere above, he links some of the accused in terms of what he can read. The only difficulty is that he could not find all the markers, all the certain markers to make a conclusive finding. So I was dealing with it in that context, but as I said, it didn't sit well with Mr. Mnisi and I think Mr. Mshololo in terms of my expertise, but my reliance really was what is contained in the report. So I'm not sure whether you want me to take it further than this, Mr.
Ngizama ke noma ke ubheka ke amagama ke afanelekile noma ekuwona ke engingawasebenzisa ngoba lo mbuzo ke uma bengizama ke ukuthi ke ngiwuphenduleke kube nala khona ke kube nenkinga khona ke kuyena ke advocate Mnisi kanye naye ke advocate Mshololo ngoba ke uyasho umbiko lona egcineni ke ukuthi ke ama DNA bona basola yebo akutholakele kodwa ke uma ubheka nje lapho egcineni uzothola lokho kodwa uma ubuka ke ngaphambili kubona ke umbiko ukuthi ke uthini ukuthi bakhona abasolwa ke abafakwayo noma ke ebahlanganisayo ukuthi nje lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke ama-marker akutholakele anele ukuthi ke angasho ukuthi ngempela ke ayabafaka.
And I was saying this, my lord, in the sense that, for example, when you are looking at the investigation, if, for example, we know even the fingerprints, you need to get a certain regions of it, you need to get to make a conclusive finding. But if you have an individual where the expert says, I can only get 4, but that 4 can be read into the suspect or the person that you're looking at. In the purpose of the investigation, you cannot ignore that person because you've got guidance, but it does not mean you are making a conclusive findings of the fingerprints. Same with the DNA. There are, for example, accused number 5 is completely excluded, complete in my recollection of what that report says. But it says certain things that the examiner find with regard to other accused, and that's where I was at, my lord.
Futhi ke lokhu ke uma singenza nje ke isibonelelo mayelana nawo ke ama fingerprints uma kwenziwa ke uphenyo lapho ke siyazi ukuthi ke kune number ethize yalokho okubhekwayo ke kufanele itholweke kodwa uma kuwukuthi ke akutholakala kanga konke lokho akusho ukuthi ke manje ke kuzofanele ke ngikushaye indiva ke lokho ngingakunaki lokho akushoyo lo akuyena obenza lolo phenyo lolo uma sesingabuyela khona lana ke uma singathatha yena ke umsolo wesihlanu uma ke lo obenza lelo phenyo ke ushilo ukuthi ke akukho nje lutho ke atholile ngaye umsolo wesihlanu kodwa ke engasho okufanayo mayelana nabanye.
And I think it's the same position with accused number 1, my lord, that in my recollection the report did not find any, even if it's not complete markers, any with regard to accused 1. And that, my lord, it's in support of the investigation because the investigation indicates that accused 5 was outside. He was the driver of the vehicle, and I'm saying it's alleged in terms of the investigation. And accused 1 was standing outside, so he could have not left anything. It doesn't matter how small or big anything, because there would have been a contradiction. So there is a collaboration in that sense. But as I said, the markers and the issues that the 2 advocates had a concern about is what I wanted to go into. But it wasn't sitting well with the defense.
Kuyafana ke noma singakhuluma ngaye ke umsolo wesihlanu oqala ngexolisa ke ukuthi ke nalapho ke akukho okutholakele ukuthi ke khona ke okwasalela noma ke awakushiya ke khona lapho lokho ke kuyahambisana ke nalo ke uphenyo esilenzile ngoba ke lasho ke uphenyo ukuthi ke umsolo oqala yena ke wayimi ngaphandle umsolo wesihlanu wayengaphandle naye ke esemotweni ngoba uyena noma insolo zithi ke waye ngaphandle ke kuyena oshayela imoto ngakho ke akukho awayengakushiya ke lapho yilokho ke bengifisa ukuthi ngikusho ke nangaphambilini kodwa kwabayila khona ke abameli baba nenkinga.
Yes, my lord.
Brigadier, the bottom line is that the DNA expert that came here excluded all 5 accused persons because there is a certain minimum and maximum that you must meet for you to include persons as donors of a DNA sample. So all 5 of them were excluded, and it's not up to you to interpret that evidence. He spoke, he testified at length, going through each and every single marker where there were points of commonality, differences, but the bottom line remains. He excluded all 5 accused persons before court.
My lord, that's not how I understand the investigation is done. And like I said, that's why I left this part, and I think the state advocate also, we moved away from that part, but now I'm being asked a question about it. That's not how I understand the investigation is being done. If a person, my lord, I'll make an example, make a statement to say I was robbed by this and this person, and at the end of the day, he gives you the context where he was, what was taken, whether it was male, black or white or colored, but at the end of the statement he says, I cannot identify those people. That doesn't mean a crime didn't take place, and that does not mean because he says I can't identify the perpetrators, you must now leave, forget everything that has been mentioned above. That's not how you do investigation. There are certain pointers, and if those pointers, no matter how small they are, points to some of the accused, it becomes collaboration evidence. I'm not saying it's a fact, because we are not an expert, but it's a pointer. It's the same, for example, with what is contained in Mr. Ramsipili's client's confession. When he says, I was with accused 1, 3, 4, and 5, it's what he says. It's not a fact. We needed corroboration evidence to prove indeed that there was such, my lord. So it's the first part. It must be corroborated for a conclusive finding to be made at the end.
Kodwa ke akukuwena ke ukuthi ke manje umusha kanjani noma utolika kanjani ke ukuthi ke yini le ayishilo ufakazi kodwa ufakazi ke yena uma noma ngenkathi ebelana ke ushilo ke ukuthi ke akukho okwatholakala okuhlanganiswa noma okushoyo ke ukuthi abasola bobahlanu laba babe laphayana kwisigameko ngaleli yalanga ke uthi ke akusiyona ke indlela leyo uphenyo oluhamba ngayo wabesenza ke isibonelo ukuthi uma ngabe umuntu eyovula ke icala esho ukuthi ke kunomuntu obambe inkunzi uzomusho ke ukuthi umuntu omnyama umuntu omhlophe umuntu ekhaladi yini kodwa ke abe egcineni athi ngeshwa ke uma ngathola ke ithuba angeke ngikwazi ke ukuthi ke lo muntu lowo ngimkhombe noma ngimusho akusho ke ukuthi kufanele ukushaya indiva lokho akushilo ke ngaphezulu noma ukuthi ke uphenyo seliyaphelela lapho kunama marker noma ke ama pointers athile uma kuukuthi ke ama pointer athile akhomba uhlangothi oluthile noma kwabanye babasolwa ke akusho ukuthi akunganakwa lokho.
And this assertion, my lord, does not mean I'm saying the statement links them. That should not be misunderstood. I'm not saying the expert says their DNA is conclusively found. I was basically referring to what efforts or steps I took in my investigations, what guided me.
Okunye futhi ke akushilo ke ufakazi ukuthi ke uma ngabheka ke noma ubuke sona ke istatement sokonyuka sakhe ke umsolo wesibili la ashoyo ke khona ke ukuthi wayekade enaye ke umsolo woqala owesithathu owesine kanye ke nowesihlanu asishongo ke ukuthi ke lokho kuphelele kodwa kwafanele ukuthi manje ke senze uphenyo ke phezulu kwaloko akushilo. Okunye futhi ke angisho ukuthi ke lo mbiko lowo wofakazi bekade lana ke ukuthi ke umbiko othi ke cha ngempela ke lokho bakwenza ke kodwa sengiyakusho nje ngiyachaza ukuthi yiloko akusho.
And like Advocate Munisi correctly said when he stood up on this point, it is not your opinion, Kenneth. It's the opinion of the DNA expert on this point.
My lord, I think we are on the same page and we're saying the same thing. As said, I am making this submission does not mean I'm saying the expert was wrong in saying what he said. I agree with his conclusion. I'm simply saying above, if you look above what is contained there, what it says. That's number one. But number two, I do recall, my lord, that DNA, it's a mixed DNA. The donor of the second DNA was never found, which is a female, to make a conclusive finding. That's what I seem to recall during my interaction with the expert or our interaction. But there is no dispute, and such must not be created, my lord, as if I'm standing here contradicting the expert to say he is wrong. I understand the report that is written there, and I agree with him. But I'm simply saying, on top, he indicates certain markers that were not good enough for him to make a conclusive finding. So it's not, in essence, my lord, a complete exclusion. That's what I'm saying. It's where somebody says, I've read this, 0. I've read this, 0. There are certain markers, but unfortunately they were not enough for the expert to make a conclusive finding, my lord.
Engishoyo ukuthi lana ngisikhuluma ke into eyodwa angimile la ukuthi ngiphikisane naye ke umngodi noma ufakazi ke owasho ukuthi akukho okufaka ke abasolwa ke lana akufani nesehlakalo la khona ke umuntu ezayo ethi cha angitholanga lutho u0 angitholanga lutho lana u0 kodwa ke uyasho ukuthi yebo kukhona ke okutholakele kodwa ke akwanele ukuthi ke afinyelele kusinqumo ke esiphelele noma ekuyisona.
So there's no conflict or difference of opinions insofar as what the expert is saying, my lord, and what I'm saying. But basically, and I'm not contradicting him or disagreeing with him.
Angiphikisani naye ukuthi ke noma ngiphikisani naye ke noma ngisho okunye okuhlukile kuloko akushoyo ke mina nanjengoba ngime la.
Okay. And then you also referred to the AVL report for the motor vehicle driven by Longwe Twala.
Yes, the tracker. I think it's a tracker. Yes, my lord.
The tracker.
The tracker system, correct, my lord.
Ngikhulumile ngayo ke i-tracker system mayelana ke nemoto eyayishayelwa uyena ke uLongwe Twala.
And in that context, how does it say that the relevance to there being intruders or no intruders?
Well, my lord, we know the cell phone, the missing phone, the phone that was in the same tower, including with Longwe prior to the commission of the incident, that after Longwe with his car and his phone tower, the number that he gave, goes to clinics. That phone goes to Muleleki. So if Longwe was the shooter, you would then expect, and if this was a fabricated story of the so-called missing phone, you would have expected, and I said this, my lord, to see one of the people in particular, because we're talking about Mr. Longwe, going together with the so-called missing cell phone, or the phone remaining behind. So the essence of the AVL was to show, rather the tracking system, my lord, was to indicate that it was moving together with the cell phone and it went to the clinics. Contrary to the phone that was in the tower that was alleged to have been taken, which went to a different direction. And we could not find evidence as to who was there, because the people who were in the house all went to clinics. So people who in the house are sitting at the clinics with the deceased, my lord. The phone is sitting at the last tower of Moleleki. Then the question is, who is in possession of this phone if there were no intruders, or at least one person, because the phone cannot work on its own. So that was the essence of that submission, my lord.
Baleka noma kuba semqoka ke kwale mbiko kwe AVL noma sort le yatracker ke mayelana nayo imoto kaLongwe ke nanjoba kwakunale insolo ke eyishoyo ke uma kuukuthi ke kwakuyena ke uLongwe ke owadubula ukuthi ke nale phone ke uma iya ngale kuloyo lahlangothi njengoba laba basendlini bona ke baya eclinics ekuyila ixosha khona ke neyakhe ke uLongwe iphone kusho ukuthi ke ubani ke manje lo owayephethe lo makhala ekhukhwini lo owaya kolunye uhlangothi ke eMoleleki ngalesikhathi ke laba ababesendlini bona baya eclinics.
Okay. Now, let us move closer to these events now. And then we start with, you've made reference already to Exhibit BB, that is the identity kit with which you say you confronted accused number 2. You recall that?
I recall that, my lord, yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngikhuluma ngayo ke umdwebo loyana noma ke identity kit engithi ke ngabuza umsolo noma ngakhulumisana nomsolo wesibili ngayo.
I'm going to request that it be beamed so that we all can see what we are referring to. My lord, I'm waiting for my learned colleague to connect to the monitor.
Sorry, in the meantime, you keep calling that cell phone a runaway phone.
Yes, my lord. It's basically the phone that belongs to Miss Kelly Kumalo, the 072 number.
But does it actually belong to her?
Yes, it's a cell phone, my lord.
And the number was also identified by Colonel Stein and the other gentleman.
Yes, yes, but she also identifies it on her statements that it's her number.
Oh,
and
she said
it was, yes, no, it is identified. It's identified that it's one of her cell phones that she disclosed to the police to say I have 2 cell phones, the 072 number, which is alleged that was taken by the perpetrators, and then she remained with the 082 number.
So common sense or logic tells us that there must be forensic evidence before 8 o'clock going this way. There must be forensic evidence that that phone, the runaway phone, was inside the house.
There is forensic evidence, my lord. There is forensic evidence that place it in there together with the other cell phones.
Yes, yes.
But not only just her cell phones, with the other people who were in the house under the same location.
Okay.
After the incident, then we have these different directions, my lord.
I hear you.
Uyamana ukukhuluma ke ngalo makhalekhukhwini ukuthi ke lo makhalekhukhwini ke owabaleka noma ke runaway phone yebo ke washo ke yena ke uMiskeli Khumalo naye ke ku-statement sakhe uyasho ukuthi wena nama-cellphone namagammanamba amabili u-072 kanye no-082 u-072 ilona ke emuva kwesigameko owathathwa-ke kukhona-ke nobufakazi okushoyo-ke futhi ukuthi leyo cellphone leyo ngaphambi kwesigameko yayikhona-ke lapho endlini kanye nama-cellphones abanye labo ababesendlini.
Okay, we do have Exhibit BB on the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if we look at the depiction of the sketch on the left, I did ask this question before to, I think it was Sergeant Lucia. Is that photograph as well depicted with that sketch on the left? with the hairstyle of dreadlocks, according to what you can see there.
No, it has a hoodie. Are you referring to
Yes, the
person
one
on the
on the
left hand
left.
side, on my
Yes.
left? No. The person with the hoodie is on the right. With dreadlocks, and the person on the left is wearing a hoodie, my lord.
Because I'm looking, if you can be given the pointer so that I can show you the parts that I'm referring to. Okay? I'm not operating this. Not on the top of my-
Yes.
Yes, if we point, you
Yeah.
see on the, yes, those parts, and also on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Do you see those parts?
Yes, I do.
Yes, are those depiction of dreadlock hairstyle, or is it just the background?
My lord,
You can,
I think it will be difficult for me to say for the fact. I think I don't want to mislead. I do see that there's some blackness showing up there, but I can't say. It's more clearer here where you see the dreadlocks. So one can say it looks like it's part of the dreadlocks or the reflection of the picture. I don't know, because I was not involved in this, my lord. That's a difficult I have.
Ubunzima enginabonke lana ukuthi ngangasiyona ke ingxenye yebo khona kumnyama okubonakalayo ke ukhuluma lana ke nalo sambothi ke kodwa ngeke ngisho ngesiqiniseko uma ubheka kubukeka engathi iwona kodwa ngilana ke kulesi sithombe wona ke ayacaca ukuthi ke iwona ke ama dreadlocks.
okay. I'll revert back to Exhibit J, because this is Exhibit BB. And
But,
then,
sorry, my lord, sorry, Mr. Ramsipili, to say something, because it just cropped, it just came into my mind, my lord, that and obvious, maybe let me not disturb your line of thought. I'll come back to it later, because I think I might distract where you're going. It's fine, I'll come back to it later, my lord, but I want to say something about this picture.
okay.
Khona ke befuna ukusho ngalesi sithombe kodwa ngizobuyela khona ke kamuva angifuni ukuthi ke ngiphazamiseke imibuzo yakho.
And your testimony is that on the 18th of June 2020 and at Carltonville at Sibanye, when you spoke, interrogated, interviewed accused number 2, you then confronted him with this ID kit, and you told him that the person depicted, or the sketch depicted on the left, bears a resemblance to him.
Yes, I did say that, my lord.
Ushilo ukuthi ke nge-18 zika June 2020 esibanyeke wakhuluma ke naye umsolo wesibili umtshela ke ukuthi ke umuntu lona ke odwetshiweke la noma kule identity nako khona ke noma ke unabo ke ukufana naye yebo ngakusho lokho kuyena.
My lord, what I forgot to mention, perhaps let me just deal with it. This is the part I was saying I want to deal with it later. I didn't mention it in my evidence in chief, is that when I was during the profiling process of the accused, obviously the ID, the age was determined. Now, when I made this assertion that I think this person looks like him, what I was also taking into account is that his ID number, in terms of the description given by one of the witnesses, he described the person with the hoodie. He described obviously the color of the hoodie, which I will get into, as the person who's about 25 years old. Now, if you look at the age of accused number 2, and you count backwards to 2014, it takes you exactly to 25 years. And that was described by one of the witnesses. It's Mr. Makaleni. We dealt with him. Mr. Ramsipili took me through when he was identified. He made a statement, but also when he was interviewed on the statement of Warrant Officer Steenkamp. We dealt with it last week. He says this person with the hoodie is 25 years old. He also mentions the measurements. I don't recall exactly as to how he says this person, how tall he is, my lord. But he further mentions the issue, the color of the hoodie that was worn by this second intruder. In other words, the person with the, not the second intruder, rather the person he saw outside wearing the hoodie, because he mentioned more than two people. But what is of importance is the age, which corresponds with the accused exactly. We can count even now backwards. It will take you to 25 years in 2014 when this incident took place. But furthermore, fast tracking now to after the 18th of June 2020, my lord, to the time when I interviewed Constable Zungu, and he subsequently submitted a statement. In his statement, he clearly indicates that at the hostel, and it's contained in his statement, accused 2 was wearing a black hoodie, which was described at the crime scene on the 24th. He says he was wearing a black hoodie. He changed to a different hoodie of a different color. But when they came back, or when you saw him, the hoodie was wearing is black in color. It's contained in his statement, my lord.
Lokho ebengifuna ukusho-ke ngaphambilini ngathi ngizobuyela kubona-ke kamuva-ke cabanga ukuthi-ke angikusho-ke khona manje ulona-ke udaba lwehudi nombala-ke owashiwo-ke kanye futhi-ke nokuthi-ke uma omunye wefakazi-ke cabanga ukuthi uyena-ke uMr Makeleni sikhulumile ngaye kwiviki elidlule esho-ke nokuthi-ke lo ambona-ke egqoke leyo hoodie iminyaka yakhe-ke yayingaba-ke u-25. Uma singabala-ke ukusuka manje sibuyele emuva-ke siya kuyena-ke u-2014 sesingathola ukuthi ngempela-ke iminyaka yakhe-ke umsola wesibili-ke ihamba kubona-ke o-25 futhi-ke uyasho-ke noma emkala-ke ushilo kodwa-ke angisakhumbuli ukuthi wathini ukuthi ubude bakhe kwakuwumuntu wayemude kangakanani. Sibuyele futhi kuyena-ke uConstable uZungu oshilo-ke ukuthi-ke ehostel nkathi-ke belapho-ke ukuthi-ke umsolo wesibili wayegqoke ihoodie eyayimnyama noma eshilo-ke ukuthi sebuya-ke wayishintsha-ke kodwa-ke uyakhuluma ngayo ihoodie leyo emnyama.
My recollection, my lord, is that also I seem to recall that the description in terms of the height given by Mr. Makaleni was about 1.8. What I'm not sure of, and I can check during the long adjournment if there is any report or is contained in a statement of Colonel Mangena, because the exact measurement of how tall he is, this is now accused 2, was established by Colonel Mangena during that exercise of trying, but that I don't recall, my lord. But Mr. Makeleni's one, I do recall that he estimated him to be 1.8. So one will have to see what Colonel Mangena says in collaboration of that. But the woody, the age, my lord, fits in. So the essence of this submission, my lord, as I said, when I confronted with him with the similarities, I forgot to mention that I was also at that time, because I knew how old he was, that he was fitting in terms of the estimation of the age by the neighbors who saw him, who alleged that he saw someone wearing the hoodie back on the day of the incident, my lord.
Okunye futhi-ke ebengakusho-ke ukuthi-ke waye ubude bakhe-ke noma wayemude kangakanani-ke kodwa mangikhumbula kahle-ke uma uMr Makeleni wayemchaza-ke omunye lona ambona-ke ukuthi-ke kwaku-1.8 kungafanele nguye emuva-ke manje ngithi uma ngabe yena-ke uKolonel Mangena wayekhala-ke ukuthi yena-ke wakala wathini-ke ukubheka-ke ukuthi khona yini ukuhlangana khona-ke. Okunye futhi-ke ngakhohlwa-ke kuyena-ke noma kusho-ke ukuthi-ke bathini uma ngabe sebemchaza-ke abantu labo noma-ke omakhelwane.
Yes, ma'am.
Brigadier, let me put this so that we are not misunderstood.
Yes.
I read to you the contents of Exhibit J as they are. I did not take you through the description of Makaleni for the truthfulness or non-truthfulness thereof. I was simply reading the statement because I am aware, as you've already told the court, that Mr. Makaleni is deceased. So there are issues with Hearsay Evidence Act that must still apply, and the state did not apply for that evidence to be let in terms of Section 3.
As the court, please, my lord, there's a legal proposition. I mean, once you put a statement on record, you are saying, my lord, that it's not in dispute. You consciously put hearsay evidence on record. If you put hearsay evidence consciously on record, you cannot later on complain that it cannot be admitted. That's what my learned friend did. We therefore submit, my lord, that the proposition that is being put to the witness now that this is hearsay evidence is not correct, since they themselves put that on record.
My lord, that aspect is dealt with because I can tell this court.
What?
I can tell this court that Amanda Steenkamp, who compiled Exhibit J, it is my intention to call her during our defense.
No,
yes.
I think you're talking at cross purposes. He's quoting a legal principle, your brother. Andoi,
Yes.
concerning putting hearsay evidence.
It is, I'm very well aware that if I solicit hearsay evidence, it's then admissible.
Yeah,
my lord.
right, that's what he's talking about.
Yes. So we're going forward because remember my follow-up question to this Makaleni after the description given to Ms. Tienkam. I asked you whether Makaleni was one of the persons that were in the house or was it somebody that was just simply passing in the streets?
Yes, I do recall that question being asked, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula-ke lowo mbuzo ubuzwa-ke ukuthi-ke ingabe uMakeleni kwakuwomunye wabantu ababesendlini noma kwakuwumuntu nje owayendlulela emgwaqweni.
And the reason I was reading that statement was twofold. One was to show the description of the firearm provided by the people in the house, and secondly, to show that the people in the house themselves, to Mrs. Tienkam, none of the people described the features, the height, the length, anything to Mrs. Tienkam. Those were my reasons. So the description of dreadlocks, golden insert, 1.8 meter in height came from Makaleni, who's not the person that was in the house. That was the purpose I was showing. I was reading Exhibit J.
No, it is correct, my lord, but one also must understand on what context was Makaleli called in as a witness. If you read his statement, he indicates that he was passing the Kumalo's house, that was the scene, and he saw people who were sitting outside, which he took note of. As he was coming back, I think from the shop or from a certain walk, he saw some of these people running to an opposite direction. And then later, when he get closer to the Kumalos, that's when he was informed that these people who were running were involved in the shooting. So that's the context. That's why the investigators focus on him, because he was able to identify the alleged perpetrators outside the house before the incident took in, before they went into the house. That's how his statement was taken. So it was in that context.
Uma-ke bekufundela-ke lo exhibit J bekutshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke abantu labo ababesendlini-ke bona akukho abakhuluma noma bechaza-ke ukuthi labo abantu ababesendlini omunye wayenezinyoka legolide noma-ke bechaza-ke ukuthi nama-feature athile. uMakeleni yena kwakuwumuntu owayendlulela, yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi wayendlula-ke lapho emgwaqweni, kodwa wabona-ke ukuthi kwakunabantu ababe lapho-ke uma esebuya-ke futhi la ayebuya khona esitolo noma-ke kuhambo lolo aluthathile-ke wabona-ke futhi labo bantu labo-ke sebegijima noma bebaleka-ke manje la esezotshela khona ukuthi labantu-ke abebebaleka-ke yibantu ababe lana. Yingakho-ke singabaphenyi-ke sabona-ke kusemqoka ukuthi sithathe istatement sakhe.
My Lord, I see it's just past 1 o'clock. Is this an opportune time to take the long agenda?
Okay, fine. Sorry, just there's a witness who speaks about a garage. Is that the same gentleman?
Yeah,
Same
what?
person said the garage.
Garage.
No, remember it.
No. This one speaks to them. He places them
Who
around
says
the case
who says he
house.
saw some people at the garage?
No, I think gas station is the word
Gas
that is
station.
being used.
Okay. Hey, madam.
Is that witness? Is the same? Well, not a witness. It's the same person, my lord.
ke Mr Makeleni kodwa ke ngathi mangibuka yona ke ID kit ingakho ke ngathi mangiya kuyena umsolo wesibili ngathi ke umuntu loyana ke odokotela lapha yana ke ufana nawe hayi okwashiwo Mr Makeleni.
My Lord, the court will also remember that there was a time when we dealt with a dental examination.
I'm coming to that, Brigadier. Let me
Must I
lead you.
wait? Okay. all
Let
right.
me lead you,
All right.
Brigadier.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You had ample opportunity to be led by my learned colleague, Advocate Baloyi. At this stage, it cannot be that the tail is wagging the dog. The dog must wag the tail. So you take my lead.
No, I don't think that's accurate, my Lord. We are here to assist the court.
No. Let me do my cross-examination. If I need you to elaborate on a point, because you go off a tangent, I forget what I was asking you, and you give so many explanations. Let us stick to my cross-examination. If you want to elaborate, ask me. The court has already said it's not going to block anyone from explaining to this court. But just ask me, because you tend to go off tangent, and I'm cross-examining. Some of the things escape me because of your lengthy explanations.
My Lord, I'll try to follow what Mr. Ramsipil is saying, but the court needs to take note that what I was trying to elaborate on
That's what I
was emanating from the question that was asked to me about the description given by Mr. Makaleni, which Mr. Ramsipile indicated that I followed that to the T. So Mr. Makaleni, my Lord, one of the things that he mentions there is that the second suspect has a gold teeth incision on the upper lip. So my response was, it was not coming from anywhere. There's a description given which says the second person has a gold incision on the upper part of his teeth. So naturally I was going to the explanation of saying, what did I do to follow this explanation given by Mr. Makaleni? That was the question that was put to me, my Lord. But I hear you.
Yes.
I'll try to be short where I can, but where I need to explain, my Lord, Mr. Ramsipilo must also bear with me, because I'll give answers insofar as the questions that are put to me, nothing more.
Ngiphendula ke ngokwemibuzo ke engiyibuzwayo ke ngizozama ukuthi ngibemfushane kodwa ke uma kufanele ngichaze ngizochaza ke ngoba umbuzo ke noma la engisengichaza khona ke mayelana ke nezinyo ke kumayelana nombuzo ke obuziwe ke kimina ke ukuthi ke okunye akubona uMr Makeleni wabona ukuthi wakunezinyo legolide la ngaphezulu ila esengiqala khona ukuthi ngichaze.
Perhaps
Yes,
to contextualize this, accused number 2 instructs me, and he has already told this court, he was arrested on the 16th of June 2020 by both Sergeants Mohani and Mabena. You are aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware, my Lord.
Umsholo wesibili uyangitshela ke ukuthi uma eboshwa ke waboshwa ke ngazo i-16 zika June eboshwa uyena 2020 uyena uMukhane noMabhena. Yebo, ngiyakwazi lokho.
And my Lord, sorry, when I say I'm aware, I'm referring to the arrest insofar as the Nongoma case, not for this matter, just to be clear that our understanding is not misunderstood.
Futhi uma ngithi ke ngiyazi ke ngisho noma ngikhuluma ukuthi ke ngiyazi ukuthi ke uma eboshelwa icala labanongoma engaboshelwa lona ngifuna nje ukuthi lokho ke kuqala.
And then on the 17th, he was taken to the Pretoria North South African Police Services on the 16th. And on the 17th of June 2020, accused number 2 is then booked out of from his cell by Sergeants Mohani Mabena. They take him to the boardroom and instruct me as follows as to what transpired in that boardroom. He is asked why he cut off his dreadlocks. He is asked about the presence or absence of the golden tooth that he had. He is further asked about tattoos that he had.
My Lord, I was not there, so I think it will be difficult for me to respond to that.
I'm coming exactly to that.
Uthi manje ke uma
Sorry, Mr. Jonas.
uma esethathwa ke noma ke ekhishwa ngazo i-17 zika June 2020 wakhishwa ke wasuka ke kuyona i-boardroom wabuzwa ukuthi kungani ke wasusile-ke noma bafundile-ke ama-dreadlocks kungani futhi ke izinyo ke leli legolide sewukhiphile ngangingekho ke mina lapho kuzoba nzima-ke ukuthi ngingaphendula ngalokho.
Now, accused instructs me the persons that were in that boardroom were the following: It was yourself, it was Sergeant Mabena and Mohane, it was Sergeant Mohola, and there was a gentleman who was wearing braces, the pants braces, and that on that day, over and above the 3 items that I've said he was questioned about, he was also made to take his tops off to look whether he's got tattoos. And do you know who says that? He says the person that was doing that interrogation was. It was you.
No, but my lord, that's not true. And I think I dealt with this aspect during the trial within trial, that I did not see accused 2 on the 17th. The only time I came across him was on the 18th, when I interviewed him, and subsequently we followed the alibi that says he was at work. There is no way, my lord, I would have met him on the 16th and don't document my interaction, because the purpose of me meeting him was in relation to this matter, nothing more. So if I had met him, even if, to even throw a wider blanket, my lord, even if I had an opportunity to meet him on the 16th, the first opportunity when I come across him, I would have asked him about this matter based on the evidence that I have. So there is no way I would have met him on the 17th, ask him about this matter, and not make a follow-up and don't document it. It's not true. That's why I indicated, my lord, what he told me, honest and openly, in terms of my interaction with him leading to the confessions.
Uyawabala-ke abantu athi babe khona-ke kuleyo boardroom leyo, uyakubala-ke nawe, uMukhula, uSergeant Mohane, kanye-ke noMabhena, nomunye-ke umlisa amshoyo-ke, nokuthi-ke wase etshelwa ukuthi akakhululeke la ngaphezulu noma-ke itop, kubhekwa-ke futhi ama-tattoo, nokuthi futhi umuntu oyenza lokho-ke kwakuwena. Athi lona-ke iqiniso lelo, mina-ke uma ngihlangana naye ihlandla lokuqala kwakungazo i-18 zikaJune 2020, bangeke-ke kwenzeka ukuthi ngihlangane naye nge-16 noma nge-17 bese ngingabhali phansi-ke ukuhlangana kwami noma lokho engakhuluma naye, ngoba-ke mina-ke uma ngangizombuza ngalo lelo cala leli ngibe sengibhala phansi.
Interestingly, I like your answer there. You said, had you met him on the 16th, the first opportunity that we were going to ask him was to ask him about 63610 of 2014. Why not ask him about 16310 2018, the Namwalba case, because that was the case for which he was arrested, according to your testimony.
That's what I said, my lord. But I think maybe Mr. Ramsipil, in fairness to him, he may have forgotten what I said last year when we started. I said, my lord, when the names of accused 1 and 2 were brought to our attention, cold case analysis was done. Subsequent to the cold case analysis, cases were identified that are clauses that are seemingly affecting accused 1, and cases linking allegations that these cases are linking accused 2. Those matters were assigned to Sergeant Mohane to investigate. The bigger scope of case that I was looking at is this matter, 636. So I assigned unrelated matters to this matter to Sergeant Mohane insofar as Mr. Ramsipele's client is concerned. My concern or interaction with accused 2 was this matter. So that is why I'm saying if I had come across him, be it the 16th, the 17th, any opportunity that I had, it would have been this matter, because that's the site, that was my interest, my lord. The cold case analysis was done based on this matter that is before court, insofar as accused 1 and 2 is concerned.
Ngiyathanda-ke uma usophendula kanjalo-ke, nanjengoba usho-ke ukuthi uma kuwukuthi wawuhlangene naye ngazo i-16 noma i-17, wawuzombuza-ke noma ithuba nje lokuqala utholayo wawuzombuza-ke ngalo icala leli u-636, okunganiki ukuthi ungambuzi ngalo icala leli labanongoma ngoba yilona aliboshelwa. Mhlampe-ke uMr. Ramsipile ukhohliwe-ke, ngishilo-ke ngiyakondlula ukuthi-ke kwabhekwa-ke uma ebhekwa-ke noma-ke i-analysis yama-cold case yenziwa-ke, uSergeant Mohane uyena-ke umuntu owayebhekene nalawo macala lawo engasilona-ke leli. Mina-ke icala engangilibhekile noma-ke engangikhuluma ngalo kwakuyilona leli u-636.
And my lord, I can just add, I know, I don't mean to take long, Mr. Ramsipile, sorry, but I think it's important for you to take note. This was not a unique thing that was done in accused number 2, my lord. When I met accused 1, because he's the first person that was arrested, for the drug dealing case, when he was brought to me in Phosphorus, I also didn't question him about the drug-related offenses. I jumped straight to this matter because that matter, insofar as the ones that were unrelated, Sergeant Mukula was the IO. I went straight to this case that is before court, which was the same thing that I did when I came across accused 2.
Sona ke inhloso yami ukuthi ke ngenze noma ke ngikhulume ke okude ke kodwa ngifuna nje ukuthi ngichazeke lokho ukuthi ke nami njengoba ke umsolo wokuqala kuyena umuntu wokuqala owaboshwa ungathi ke elethwa kumina ke noma ke ngihlangana naye ke ePhosphorus angimbuzanga ke ngoba wayeboshelwe icala leli eliphathelene nazo izidakamizwa angimbuzanga ngalo ngambuza ngaleli cala ngoba lelo lezidakamizwa lona ke owayelisesha noma ke waliphenya lelo cala kwakuyena uSergeant Mukula.
Now, warrant officer, sorry, not warrant officer, the Lieutenant Colonel Mangena testified here, and when crossed by my learned colleague, Mr. Mgomezulu, on this aspect, your presence when measurements were taken on accused 1 and on accused 2. Warrant officer Mangena, in respect to accused 2, at first, and I must be understood because somebody jumps up. At first, he said, you were present, then after break, he came back and says, no, you were not present on the 17th when the measurements were taken by from accused number 2.
My Lord, I was not present, and I was not here when Lieutenant Colonel Mangena testified, so it's a difficulty in assisting, except to say I was not present on the 17th.
Ngathi ke thulupakazi bakhe ke Lieutenant Colonel Mangena washo ke ukuthi wawukhona ke ngathi ke wayokala yena ke umsola wesibili kodwa uma sesiphinde sibuya ke wakulungisa ke lokwathi cha wawungekho yebo ke ngangingekho futhi ke kungabanzima ke ngoba ke ngangingekho uma ethula ubufakazi bakhe ke uKolonel Mangena kodwa ngiyazo i17 ngangingekho lapho.
And he also put this rider to say whenever I do my work, and he was referring to the taking of measurements from the respective accused persons. He says, whenever I'm doing my work, I'm in the presence of the investigating officer, but I'm putting it, that was after he now turned to say, you were not present.
My Lord, like I said, it will be difficult really to comment on what Lieutenant Colonel Mangena said. What I can tell the court is that I was not there. And like without repeating myself, if I was, I would have documented my interactions with accused 2, my Lord, because that was my interest. There was no way I was going to meet him and I questioned him about this matter and I do nothing. And then I shift it to the following day. It doesn't make sense to me for what purpose, my Lord, because my understanding of what transpired on the 17th, nothing is significant really. The rollout that led to the confession started, even the following of the alibi started really happening on the 18th when I was present, so I was not there, my Lord.
Nanjoba beshilo ke kubufakazi bakhe uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi mangenza kumsebenzi wami ke okuyena owumseshi noma ke ophenya icala uba khona kodwa ke wakulungisa ke lokwathi cha wongekho yebo ke uma kuukuthi ngangikhona ke lapho ngangeke ngivese nje ngikudluliseke lokho ngangizobhala phansi noma ke ngangizobhala ke lokho ngikhulume naye ke uqala ke ukuthi ke ngihlangane naye kwafunke ngazo i18 ngikona ke lokho okwaholela ke kuyona iconfession le eyathathwayo.
I may add, my Lord, that Sergeant Mukhane was there. I know that on the 17th he was there and he's part of the investigation team.
Engakusho ukuthi uSergeant Mukhane wayekhona ke lapho ngazo i17 futhi ke uyingxenye yeteam belihola eliphenyayo.
Now we were at exhibit J, the descriptor of the dreadlocks hairstyle and the golden insert on the tooth of suspect B, and I asked you whether you followed that up.
Yes, I did. That's the part I wanted to go to, my Lord, when you said I'm saying on your
And then accused 2 on the 22nd of January, 22nd of June 2020, he was now appearing in the Kabane Magistrates Court for an unrelated matter, and after that he was taken to Dr. Choko, right?
That is correct, my Lord.
Manje ke ngazo i22 June 2020 ila khona ke ayobingelela imanje khona ke eKhabane umsola wesibili
kwase kuthi ke emuva kwalokho wayohlangana ke naye udokotela Hlabani
Dr. Tlokwe.
Hlokwe, sorry.
Yes, I said that's correct, my lord.
Shiba ukuthi lokho kuyiqiniso futhi uma bingelela ke imantshi lapho bakuyicala ke langahlangene nalelo.
And in essence, what was the purpose of taking accused number 2 to Dr. Tlokwe for an orthodontist examination?
It was precisely what I was trying to get to earlier, my lord. That second suspect was described as having a gold teeth incision, and I wanted to check if indeed that is the position or not.
Inhloso ke noma imbangela ke yokuthi ke asiwe ke na ke noma hanjiswe kena udokotela uXhokwe nanjengoba kwabeshilo ke abantu mabechaza ukuthi wesibini ke umsolwa wayenale zinyo ke legolide kwakubheka ke lokho noma uqinisekisa lokho.
But it was also because, my lord, in my observation on the upper teeth or some of the teeth.
My lord, I beg leave to approach accused number 2.
Oscar?
He was raising his hand, my lord.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you can go to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. And what was the result of Dr. Tlokwe's examination of
The-
accused number 2?
My recollection, my lord, they could not find that he had a gold teeth incision which was removed, because in my observation as well when I was talking to him, my lord, there's a gap on his teeth. I'm saying that it's greatest respect, not anything inside. So I suspected that perhaps something was there and removed. But the medical report, without quoting it word for word, I do know that the doctor could not find evidence that says he once had an incision or artificial or something that was removed at a later stage.
Umbiko ke wabuya ke uthi cha akukho okutholakalayo noma akutholayo udokotela uHlokwe ukuthi ke yakhishwa noma khona ke izinyo lokho elakhishwa ngoba ke uma ngikhuluma naye ke mina ke ngaqaphela ke ukuthi ke ngisho lokho ngayo yonke ke inhlonipho ukuthi kwakunesikhala ke sikhona lokho kwangenza ukuthi ngisole ukuthi mhlambe ke kukhona kwase kukhishwa.
I now want to proceed to because we are busy with descriptions and identification by various witnesses of the persons that they saw that night. I want to go to the evidence of Ntabise Mokete. Do you recall who that witness is?
I know that, well, I was not in court when she testified, my lord, but I know that she's one of the ladies that was sitting opposite the crime scene with a friend. I know who she is based on the statement she made.
Ngokwaso ke istatement noma ngokubuka ke istatement ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke ubani noma umunye ke walabo ke ababehlezi ke ngale kwendawo yesigameko yena uNthabise Mokete.
And her testimony, I'm going to sum it up. She testified that she was in a vehicle outside Maggie Perry's house and diagonally opposite the Kumalo household. She was with a friend, Yolanda Nota, and she was seated directly behind the driver's seat where Yolanda Nota sat with her infant child. Right?
Yes, I'm listening, my lord.
Now, as they were sitting and chatting, they heard what sounded like a gunshot.
Yes, my lord.
And they are seated there wondering and debating whether it's a gunshot, this one saying the other. She sees a tall person running past the car. She does not know where that person was running from. Right?
Yes, my lord.
Then she heard the second shot, and at that stage again, she saw two people running towards the same direction that the first person had run, and the direction which she described was they ran towards the park, in the direction of the park.
Yes, my lord, I'm listening.
And now they're saying, we are going to die in this car. We're hearing something that sounds like gunshots and we're sitting here, let's get out. As they are preparing to get out, they hear a third shot, and they are now exiting the car after the third shot. She hears Zandile Kumalo screaming her name and screaming that Ntabi saying, call the ambulance, Senzo has been shot.
I'm listening, my lord.
And they then, together with Zandile, go inside the Mapiri house, and everybody now is frantic. Zandile is saying to Mapiri, phone the ambulance, they can't phone, but the essence thereof is that Zandile lives without an ambulance or emergency services being called.
Yes, I'm listening.
Now we fast forward, and I just want to go to the part where she describes the three gentlemen that she saw passing. And that will be found on the transcripts of the 26th of July 2023 at page 38. And she described the two men as follows: the one that passed after the second shot. One wasn't big in terms of physique and of average height with dreadlocks. The other was slightly bigger in physique. And then at page 48, line 18, she states, the very one with the bigger physique had a hoodie on his head and with a hat, as well as he was taller than the two that I had already referred to.
I'm listening, my lord.
Yes, that's the first descriptors of the people that she saw. The first one was tall, the one that ran first. She just described tall, dreadlocks running towards the park. My lord, let me pause here and just perhaps address the court. Earlier on during the trial, and I think Mr. Kate Baloyi can back me up on this one, the court had asked for orientation purposes whether the photographs of the park were available. I've gone, my lord, and dug onto my disclosure, and indeed I have found the photographs. I think it's a scenic overview of the park, Zamo section, the house, the lashes, and that evidence. And I mean, the album has been compiled by a Sergeant Triple B Mulumbi, I think. So I'm not sure whether we are going to introduce that evidence and how we're going to introduce it for orientation purposes, to see when people said they turned left and ran towards the park, and relative to the precinct and the streets around, what are we referring to for contextual purposes, madam? So
You're asking Mr. Baloyi, what the colleague wants to know. about that evidence? Whether it's
Well, the photo album is in the other docket, the 375, one of 2019.
375.
Yes,
What does it got to do with that other docket?
as far as I'm aware.
Because there was no mention
Yes,
of this thing.
yes, that's. It's really up to my learned friend how and how he wants to use the the photos.
Are they
But we are
in another docket? In
Yes,
other words,
they are in the.
they are not part of this docket.
No, not as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, man, I didn't even know where they emanated from in terms of because I only have got the album, it doesn't say which case.
Yeah, fine.
number
So
that
this
is.
sergeant, where is he? Where does he live? Who took the photos? In other words,
It's Warrant Officer Mulumbi
where is he?
of the Springs LCRC.
Are you going to call him as a witness? Hello?
No, madam, I don't think so. I was just bringing it up because the court had previously
Yeah, I did
about
ask.
them and it was never resolved, my lord.
Are you going to admit this evidence, Mr. Baloui?
Well, we for our purpose, my lord, we never deem it necessary to, to go that route. If my learned friend wants to canvass that, it's really up to him.
No, let's
But
leave it.
the
What's the
purpose-
law? What does the law say?
Yeah.
Because I'm told there are two dockets.
Yes.
And in these two dockets, seemingly, the charges are worlds apart.
Yes.
These gentlemen are charged with murder, attempted murder, robbery, possession of unlicensed firearm, ammunition, etc., etc. That other docket, people are charged with defeating the ends of justice, etc. I think you must address me on that.
Yes.
You don't think so? If you're not prepared, fine.
Yeah.
But here are people following two different avenues. And the fact is, these gentlemen here are not charged with the contents of the docket Mr. Ramosipili wants to introduce into the evidence. Is that not so, sir?
That's correct, madam.
But I'm not stopping anybody. If you want to go and do some research about this point, you can do so and address me tomorrow. Or if you don't want to do that research, I will decide what to do with the evidence.
No, but the fact of the matter is the evidence in that docket were taken from a certain perspective to achieve a certain goal. Hence, my lord, we didn't even think of using those photos because, as we mentioned, they were taken with a certain goal in mind and to achieve a certain purpose.
Okay, I hear you. So what do you gentlemen want to do?
Well, if my learned friend wants to use them, he must just follow the normal rules of evidence. It's as simple as that.
Yes, sir.
My Lord, can I just stand in the photo album that Mr. Ramsipile wants to refer to, my Lord, forms part of the documents that have been disclosed by the state to the defense.
That has been?
Disclosed or furnished by the state to the defense.
But this is not what Mr. Baloui is saying. So you say the state was going to use it in this case, that photo album?
As the court pleases, my Lord, because it was furnished to the defense.
Was it discovered? Wait, was it discovered in respect of case number 675/10/2014?
No, not in respect of this case. It's already on record, my lord, that there was a court order that docket 375 for 1 of 2019 be disclosed to the defense.
Yeah.
And that was when the contents of that docket were then disclosed to the defense.
And it was in the previous trial.
Yes, in the previous trial.
Yeah, I thought you guys said we must start de novo.
Yes.
He says it was in the previous trial before my brother Maumakwe.
My lord, yes, it was ordered in the previous trial. However, in this trial, my lord, it still forms part of.
Was it discovered in this trial?
Yes, my lord.
Is that so, sir?
Well, the fact of the matter is there was no rediscovery. All the statements that were discovered in the first trial were simply used again in the first trial. But the fact of the matter is when the defense requested disclosure of the docket, they were given 63610 of 2014. Then the trial commenced before Judge Momela, and an order was then made that the contents of the second docket 3751 of 2019 be discovered to the defense, and that's when the contents of the dockets were then disclosed at that point. So there were two separate discoveries, if one can put it that way.
Okay, is this gentleman still around, Mr. Ramsabit?
I haven't verified that.
Which police station is he attached to?
I think it's LCRC's place as well.
What's LCRC?
Local Criminal Records Center.
Wait. Livingston. Wait.
Springs, my lord.
Springs.
Yes.
So why don't you phone and find out? Or you must call him and ask him if he's prepared to come to court. Or I can make an order that he must come if he's still alive. Because you want to introduce evidence which is not tested.
Yes, that's my concern, my lord.
Unless the state was saying, aye. So what do you want to do, sir?
My lord, I see it's approaching 3 o'clock. May I resume tomorrow because I was also affected by this cold front coming upstairs.
How big is the album?
It is less than 30 pages, my lord.
Less than 30?
Yeah, it's
How do you talk, sir? Are they 100?
They're not 100.
Less than 30?
They are less than 20.
Okay. Less than 20?
Yes.
Those photos?
Yes.
So you say you'll find out.
Yes, we will.
Why don't you do it together?
Yes, I'll speak to Advocate Valoy, my lord.
Yeah.
So I will say about it.
My lord, excuse me, can I just respond to what Mr. Ramsey, because the last part I just said I understood, but I never responded to that, the repetition of Ntabi saying, I was just listening.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Let's finalize that.
Oh, yeah,
Yes, so we'll just hang
So we can,
so that we can close it nicely.
Close that one and then,
Right
okay,
tomorrow.
fine.
Yes. My lord, what I can say about the description given by Ntabi saying, it is corroborated in the confession of Mr. Ramsey Palestine's statement. Accused 2, in his own confession, says after the first shot was fired, he ran away. This is what the lady outside is saying, that he first saw the first person running away, a tall person. It is corroborated in that confession of Mr. Accused 2.
Kuloku ke okuchazwe uyena ke uMr. Msipile ekhuluma ngokuthi ke uNthabiseng wabonani njengoba ebesho ke uNthabiseng ukuthi babehlezi ngaphandle ke emotweni kwaqhuma isibhamu wabona umuntu omude ke ephuma ke kwasho saqhuma futhi ke isibhamu ke waphinda wabona ababili ke lokho ke nje okushiwo uyena uNthabiseng yilokho futhi uma ufunda ke istatement sokugonyuluka sakhe umsolo wesibini asho ukuthi uma ngabe isibhamu siqhuma kokuqala waphuma yena wagijima lokho ke kuyahlangana nalokho okhulunywa uyena uNthabiseng.
My lord, I recall that in his confession he further indicates that as he was running out, accused 4, because accused 3 was in the house, according to the confession, it's alleged, I'm referring to the confession, not his libertism, that the third accused was still inside the house. Then as he was running out, accused 4 ran in. So in other words, they were now still 2, but he ran out.
Uyaqhubeka ke manje ngikhuluma ke into ekusona ke statement sakhe sogonyuluka umsolo wesibili ngoba ke uma isibhamu siqhuma yena ke esekhuma ebaleka umsolo wesibili usasele ke ngaphakathi umsolo wesithathu wase umsolo wesine ke engena ngaphakathi endlini.
And that will be a collaboration, my lord, that obviously there was the first one that ran away and then the 2 would have followed afterwards, my lord.
Lokho ke manje kuyahlangana ke ukuthi ke kuno oqala ke ophumile egijima kwase kulandela ababili.
Yes, my lord. And the issue of the dreadlocks, I think it's self-explaining. Mr. Ramsipile did mention that one of the suspects, and that person with the suspect was seen on the second grouping. The second, in other words, the two suspects, one of them was having dreadlocks. And according to the confession of accused 2 is that he left the second suspect, which is alleged to be accused 3, with the dreadlocks. And I'm saying alleged, my lord, as per the statement, with dreadlocks in the house. And that person was seen with the second person running after the first suspect was seen. So there's a collaboration in the moment.
Phinde futhi ke kuhlanganeke ukuthi manje ke uma eqhubeka ke esho ke yena ke umphaphiseki lonabo ukuthi manje uma sekona ababili ke kukhona ke onama dreadlocks lokho ke futhi kuhlanganiseke naso istatement sokugonyuluka sakhe umsolo wesibili ke uyasho ukuthi wena waphuma ke wabaleka ushiya ke ngasemuva ke umsolo onama dreadlocks lo umsolo wakhe ezinsolo ezithi ke uyena ke umsolo wesithathu kuyahlangana ke nalo ukuthi manje uma sekuphuma ke manje kuphuma ababili omunye wabo unama dreadlocks.
Yes, my lord, that's what I wanted to respond to, Mr. Ramsipile.
Okay. And this is my parting shot before we take a break. I had earlier on said to you, Brigadier, relax, let me lead you, let the dog wag the tail, not the other way around. Because I'm still going, the purpose why I'm standing here, and I'm going structurally like this. I'm going to exhibit H, and JJ. I told you at the beginning. We are going to analyze those confessional statements to see whether there are markers of reliability or unreliability based on the totality of evidence.
Yeah, my lord, maybe for the sake of smooth running, when I touch base on something, Mr. Ramsipile can just indicate that I will get there. Then we'll understand each other, because I will not know when you ask a question whether you'll still visit that place or you've parked it. Like in this instance, we nearly adjourned without me responding. So that is the essence of it. So we can find a mechanism to work together. So you simply have to indicate, because like I said, my lord, my responses, as length as they may seem, they are based on the questions that you're putting to me. You put a question and I need to answer it in its fullest context to assist the court, because we are here to assist the court. That is the purpose. But if you feel perhaps I'm ahead of where you're going, you can just indicate to say we'll get a break and I'll give you that space.
So tomorrow,
Ukuwena-ke ukuthi ungitsheleke ukuthi uma ngabe ngiphendula-ke ngiphendula into osezoyibuza-ke ukuthi unginiseke, ngoba uma ngiphendula noma kubukeka ungathi-ke iy'mpendulo enginikeza ngazo zindeke, kodwa ngiphendula ngokombuzo-ke lowo engiwubuzwayo.
yes, and we'll resume tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Jonas. My lord, may we then take an adjournment until tomorrow?
Okay, fine.
Is the court proceeding?
So are you going to address me, or are you going to just make an agreement between yourselves? Because I also want to prepare. I'm not the type of judge who comes to court blank.
Okay, can you just get clarity on which aspect does the court want us to?
Whether the evidence which Mr. Ramsipile wants to introduce into this case is admissible. Unless, I know if you say you don't care, you don't object, it's admissible, because it means it's not disputed. Are you with me?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Ramsipile has just mentioned that we will try and see if we can't reach common ground. We'll just maybe give an indication to the court as to whether we did reach common ground or not.
That's all.
And then as to whether there's a need to prepare heads.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you, madam. Are you available, sir, tomorrow?
Yes, I am available, my lord.
Half a day.
The whole day, my lord. No, the whole day I'm available.
Okay. Then let's meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Ifake icala kuze bekusasa ngo-10.